jornada de la primera conferencia de cooperación Sur-Sur-CEPAL. Queremos avisar que aquellas delegaciones que quedaron sin poder ofrecer su intervención al final del día podrían hacerlo luego de las intervenciones del primer panel de la mañana, ¿sí? Creo que Brasil tenía algo para decir al menos. La mesa 3, que dará inicio en este momento, es sobre cooperación multiactor, oportunidades para nuevas alianzas público-privadas. Quien moderará la mesa es Santiago Galar, director nacional de Cooperación Internacional de la Agencia de Cooperación Internacional y Asistencia Humanitaria Cascos Blancos del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, Comercio Internacional y Culto de la República Argentina, quien dará algunas indicaciones sobre el uso del tiempo, entre otras cosas.
Gracias. Bueno, buen día a todos, todas, todes quienes están acá, quienes nos están mirando también por la transmisión en streaming. Bueno, el tema de la mesa es cooperación multiactor, oportunidades para nuevas alianzas público-privadas. Es un tema que se estuvo colando durante todo el día de ayer, que estuvo circulando de manera más o menos explícita. Por eso considerábamos, cuando armábamos junto con CEPAL el temario de la conferencia, pensamos en incorporarlo como un tema específico que amerite una reflexión particular. Los puntos de partida, bueno, la multiplicidad de desafíos de cara a las necesidades de desarrollo de la región, la escasez de recursos, temas que también se dijeron por esta jornada de ayer. Hay un consenso sobre la necesidad de ampliar las alianzas en el marco de la cooperación internacional, trascender los modelos tradicionales de cooperación interestatal central, involucrando diversos actores. Ahí el documento que preparó CEPAL, que es muy interesante, nombra varios y los problematiza: academias, empresas, cooperativas, organizaciones no gubernamentales, bancos de desarrollo, organizaciones intermedias, incluye también a los gobiernos descentralizados, que es una manera de pensar la cooperación descentralizada. También está incluido el tema en los mandatos del PAMA.
In the PAMA Plus 40 mandate and multi-stakeholder partnerships in order to join in more resources to cooperation, working dynamics, and all must have a positive impact on development. And with this idea of keeping leadership of the cooperation in order to avoid overlaps and duplication of efforts, have a more effective use of resources, and to be sure that the themes of what each state needs. And so when we thought of who could talk about this, we thought that the pillar of the debate is not so much the need to move ahead with multi-stakeholder cooperation, but rather think, reflect on the mechanisms and what particular niches we could do this sort of thing. What would be the specific challenges faced by the actors that carry out these things, and so on. So it is, if you like, somewhat an agenda that produces a certain discomfort, because these are fields that we would like to explore and travel, but it's not that easy on account of the inertia in North America. We're all state-centric and are having other actors. They are like distant guests, and so we're not that comfortable with them. And so regarding these difficult avenues, complex is where we would like to travel now. So we have a multi-stakeholder panel, and so we're going to ask you to please keep to the time and keep to the points. At 5 minutes, I will let you know so you can go wrapping up. And first of all, I will recognize Jose Antonio Gonzalez Morris, Executive Director of the Peruvian International Cooperation Agency, APSI of Peru. Thank you, Santiago, and good morning. Yes, the multi-stakeholder theme was in the air yesterday, and I think that this shows the delegation among all delegations in this topic. I will overlook the general concepts, because I think that yesterday we did a very good review of these, and try to present Peruvian experience substantively. What have we done? What are we doing at the Peruvian International Cooperation Agency? And that might help to find some sort of general consensus regarding multi-stakeholder cooperation. Well, yesterday it was said that post-COVID recovery is an imperative for all our countries. And this requires a proactive dialogue between the state and all development actors, including, of course, the private enterprise, academia, civil society, based on a multidimensional approach. Yesterday, we also said that development is multidimensional and that this should lead to tangible and sustainable synergies. I would also like to add that the search and implementation of these new mechanisms and modes of cooperation are a starting point, not the finish. And of course, this is also so for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and other regional development agendas linked to international cooperation. Without a doubt, and this was also said, the role of the private sector, specifically private enterprise, with, of course, their own objectives. And this is clear not only with the leveraging of financial resources, but also on account of their approach and experience in terms of production, technicalities, and efficiency, and all of this could be of great use for international cooperation in addition to their management and innovation capacities. And so I believe that we would all agree in that it is an advantage to have a strategic and sustainable participation by the private enterprise at local, national, and regional level. And I would even go further and say that the development of the region would not be possible without the support by the private enterprise. And since 2015, our agency has been carrying out various efforts to among the number of agencies who are working to further activities in the country. We published a conceptual framework for multi-stakeholder cooperation and sustainable development, aiming to begin and drive forward these joint initiatives together with the public sector, enterprising, donor agencies, and others, all within the framework of what we call our national decentralized technical international cooperation system.
La definición what these partnerships are, but we understand it is a universal definition. We define it as a scheme of voluntary cooperation of a horizontal nature between the public sector, private companies, civil society organizations, academia, and others who develop initiatives contributing towards sustainable development, benefits, risks, and results. The scheme of multi-stakeholder partnerships, an operational guideline, just an inclusive management scheme and a set of tools guiding different stakeholders in the implementation of these multi-stakeholder scheme and south and triangular cooperation. Our agency has identified projects implemented under the scheme cooperation since 2016 in accordance with the last document. Every year we publish a document. So international team That last version of the document, multi-stakeholder projects, $13 million with the direct contribution to $9 million, equivalent to 10% of the total projects implemented. The cooperation policy that we mentioned yesterday considers multi-stakeholder partnerships as one of the main guidelines of promoting innovating cooperation schemes among the different stakeholders of development. In order to conclude, I would like to very quickly share with you some reflections that we identified in the multi-stakeholder dialogue with the support of the Global Alliance for Effective Cooperation for Development. Last year in Peru that we entitled Dialogue for Action 2022. First of all, it is clear that for all stakeholders, including the private sector, the 2030 agenda is a framework for common action. In other words, multi-stakeholder partnerships 2030, which enables us to coordinate actions aimed at the same objective. We also need to strengthen an initial existing interest among the different stakeholders so that they can enter into a strategic partnership some mechanisms that contribute towards the strengthening of these multi-stakeholder partnerships. Thirdly, the implies generating private and public sectors, acknowledging the contributions of each stakeholder to enhance the impact and the efficacy of these cooperation initiatives. Fourthly, and this was mentioned yesterday, and I do believe that this is tremendously important, multi-stakeholder partnerships require the construction of trust and stakeholders, and that's important for members of these partnerships. Certain level of dialogue, coordinating interests and objectives. Since we're running out of time, perhaps we can leave with you some elements for a later dialogue in accordance with what was presented yesterday and what we probably continue to discuss today. I would like to submit to consideration of this conference identify the existence of these multi-stakeholder initiatives at a regional level and emphasizing the analysis of participation mechanisms and the role. So this study should include the progress promoted as from other mechanisms or regional entities such as CEGIP, the OAS, SICA, Mercosur, among others, in order to results, best practices, and eventual partnerships that can strengthen the skill of multi-stakeholder partnerships in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose Antonio. Now I offer the floor to Carla de Palma, who is Director, Salvador Agency for International Cooperation, ESCO. Thank you, Chair and ECLAC, for this invitation, and it's a great honor to be here in this multi-stakeholder panel. I would like to thank the organization, the whole team of communicators, and the translation team. The teams who enable us to be here and represent you also. We thank all of them. That ESCO had participated in the presiding officers of South-South Cooperation. We had already been created for 6 months as ESCO, and this work was promoted by Costa Rica through Adriana Bolaños, and therefore we acknowledge her task whilst she acted as chair. Partnerships are fundamental if so they are sustainable and stable. and under the idea of sustainable development, the SDGs appeared, and that implies reaching social, economic, and environmental conditions are optimum in terms of achieving development. Within the negotiation process of the development agenda, we came up with the idea of the country achieve those ambitious goals, and the response to these doubts was the creation of SDG 17 that discussing session on how to achieve this goal. It calls upon finances in order to achieve these objectives. And this is a cross-cutting objective that seeks to also achieve an institutional setup and coordination with various stakeholders. And multi-stakeholder therefore become one of the main institutional mechanisms in order to improve national and international capabilities in order to to this aspect. Goal 17.16 to improve the World Alliance for Sustainable Development, supplemented so that mobilize the exchange of knowledge, specialization, technology, and financial resources in order to support, especially Goal 17.17 also seeks to promote the sphere in the public and private sphere, civil society also benefiting from strategies to sources by these partnerships. A document shared to us by ECLAC, progress and challenges, provides us with an explanation of who the multi-stakeholders and partnerships that we can establish, and the conference enables us on the construction of cooperation frameworks among different stakeholders opportunities, and this is the next step for actions aimed at strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships. Work with governance and transparency. I would like to mention some challenges that we've seen for the sustainabilities for multi-stakeholder partnerships. We need to strengthen stakeholders so that everyone contribute to a common goal. That institutional setup regulations that facilitate greater incentives to provide resources to strengthen technical capabilities of countries, provide the exchange of experiences, and protection of the responsibility of all stakeholders at an international level. We have pilot initiatives that are good examples, and today I would like to mention one from El Salvador. And my colleague that is present here knows a little bit more. So this is an example of multi-stakeholder alliances coordinated with the social so for working centers where the government and investments that works with the private sector. And that's how a successful project second phase. I reiterate the call to action so that we can continue to work with that core objective. As already mentioned by a colleague yesterday, by those countries that have been able to successfully achieve sustainable partnerships, so that we can share. There are allies such as the UN system that I believe can contribute in space sufficient training I would like to share. The creation of these diverse communication strategies, visibility, collaboration, stakeholders, so that coordination mechanisms can feedback to cooperation agencies, making cooperation much more efficient to move into spaces where we can share success, but also failures of the experiences of other countries. Somewhat made so that we can take into consideration that strengthening and that modernization of the also in a dialogue we can foster the meeting of peers to achieve best practices that can be taken on board by our countries. So similar characteristics aligned with our priorities. I would like to thank all these allies that this experience have accompanied us to create with many more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To be on time. To Monica Perez, General Director of the execution of Mexican Agency for International Development Cooperation. Thank you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you here. That I would like to share with you. We know that we have many challenges to work on jointly. The states are facing change, social vulnerability, poverty, diseases, gender inequalities, economic inequalities, and other institutions. So there is lack of access to human resources, financial resources, sometimes the lack of regulatory. So the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships as a solution to cater for the needs that states have to bring together academia, among others, to reconstruct sustainable policies in economic, social, environment, as to overcome just for development. Sense, stakeholders in terms of facing up to stakeholders promoting various perspectives in order to deal with to find comprehensive solutions. Access to funds and resources and tools, and also implement some projects that are in since from the response to participative multi-stakeholder partnerships as a necessary instrument in order to achieve sustainable development. This scheme as an essential catalyzer in order to now I have some examples that the agency has been working with, and as mentioned by the executive director of ESCO, Young Future is one of the examples through which we work with the private sector. In the case of Sembrando Vida, that is also a project that we have developed abroad. So this work with the private sector in order to develop value chains.
We have also worked in Science and Technology Society Forum, SDS Forum, that brings in together researchers, scientists that with open dialogue look for progress in science and technology for the benefit of humanity. Projects for civil society, ProFox, it is a branch between Germany and Mexico with the idea of building public policies The project of prevention of unaccompanied migration of girls in the Northern Triangle of North America. And we've worked with ICEED and SAID Chile in order to develop this project. Strategic partnerships with the private sector in order to strengthen human capital in the region, where innovation and startups are promoted, and member countries of the Pacific Alliance. Projects in science and technology with Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. They are done with government, private sector, academia, and civil society. Disaster risk strategy, Mexico and CARICOM with a platform to be more prepared and face phenomena of natural and human origin, and a platform of information in order to prevent disasters in the region of the Caribbean. Also, a territorial information platform of the Caribbean for disaster prevention. It is a structure for a territorial geospatial structure coming from regional and national sources. The Technical Council of Knowledge and Innovation, promoting scientific knowledge, technological development, and innovation as foreign policy. Latin American Caribbean Agency of Space, coordinating research and development of space technologies. Regulating Agency of Drugs and Medical Devices in Latin America and the Caribbean, the plan of health self-sufficiency for Latin America and the Caribbean, the fall of climate adaptation and response to natural disasters. With all these examples, I close my participation. Thanks. Thank you, Monica. Now we move on to Christoph Kirsten. He's director of the Regional Fund for Triangular Cooperation Latin America and the Caribbean of the International Association of Germany. Thank you. It's so good to be sharing with friends. It's not easy to contribute with something new and not bore the audience. So I will try anyhow to contribute with something additional. We all know and we see clearly in view of what was said yesterday and today, the need for global cooperation of collective action and systemic changes going much beyond the capacities and efforts of individual countries. The implication of multi-stakeholders is not a luxury or nice to have. It's an imperative if we want to reach the objectives we have set forth. Thus, we explain the growing relevance of the SDG 17, and this can be reflected in South-South and triangular cooperation boom of the last 3 years. The challenges are not new, but they have been reinforced in recent years. There is no disagreement on the fact that multi-stakeholder partnerships are necessary. This was mentioned the first day of the conference, and everything that can be contributed to the public arena of these different rationales. I would like to emphasize one point of the fund I chair. Triangular cooperation can be one of these spaces for collaboration that is called innovative. The practical experience of 10 years of the Regional Fund, we see ever more that triangular cooperation is highly appropriate for the inclusion of a diversity of players, leveraging their contributions and benefiting all parties involved, including different stakeholders, is one of the priorities of German cooperation for several years. The awareness and public mobilization of players from civil society is vital so as to promote transformative necessary changes that we have discussed here.
However, it's important to underscore and recall that triangular cooperation is not a panacea, nor wishes to be either. We need to be aware that these multi-stakeholder partnerships are not the most efficient ones. You need to have a high commitment from each one of the stakeholders. So promoting these alliances has an impact beyond resources. There is an absence of unilateral hierarchy, and in a spirit of horizontality, decisions need to be negotiated and decided on. And that reduces fragmented approaches and individual decision making. From the point of view of the German cooperation and the fund, it is in this effort of joint management the added value that characterizes triangular cooperation. Joint learning is increased, exchange on an equal footing, mutual benefits, trust, reinforcing horizontal principle that we speak about in South-South and triangular cooperation. Especially multi-stakeholder partnerships, it's crucial to maintain power balances and non-state partners, both as to resources and their influence. Triangular cooperation offers this possibility. To have three corners does not mean a fixed hierarchy. I propose that instead of changing appearances or terminology, let us change attitudes and mindset. It's a slow process and with new glasses. So the old rationale needs to be stopped. And we've heard yesterday several contributions on that. But in the end, we see concrete examples where Germany participates as a partner, learning considerably from other projects and partners. That is a subject for another conference in 2024 when jointly with Brazil will organize the 7th Triangular Cooperation Conference. It's key to bring all interests around one table, increasing legitimacy, appropriation of initiatives. In practice, we need to disseminate more knowledge about modality and benefits that can be brought for the private sector. For example, it's important to leverage our efforts of awareness creation and training efforts in order to promote the understanding of the concept, the benefits, and potential of triangular cooperation. To overcome these obstacles and thus make the most of our opportunities calls for sustained, flexible commitment. We need to promote inclusion and management of the different stakeholders from the very start. That is, from the initial stage of designing a project, so as to ensure the ownership. And in this context, Germany commits to have a feminist development policy in order to change traditional development paradigms with a feminist approach. The idea is that marginal voices be amplified and strengthened, included in triangular cooperation. Hopefully, I have contributed to the discussion, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Christophe. We were fine with time. Thank you very much. Now, I give the floor to Wood Sanker, Chair of Cooperation of the European Union Delegation in Chile. Thank you, Santiago. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. So as I'll speak in English now.
I realized that most of my professional life I've been working on public-private partnerships and multi-actor type of cooperation. And this started in Uruguay, where as a student, I went to do a traineeship at the UNDP program, which was called Empretec. they were giving a behavioral course to entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs. And as part of the course, you had to make your own project, a business project, an enterprise. So my project was to produce a postcard of, because I noticed that in Montevideo, there were hardly any postcards that you could buy, that you send to your friends and family. And I thought, well, what could it be? And of course, it had to be Carlos Gardel. And to avoid an international conflict, we will say that he may have been from Argentina, Uruguay, or France. But I found a picture. I found an imprenta, and they produced the postcard. But however, there were a few mistakes on the back. It was completely blank. There were no lines to write or where to put the stamp. And on top of it, it said postcard. Like when you want to buy a novel and on the cover of the book says book. So obviously I couldn't sell this postcard to anyone, and my project was a failure. But I learned a lot about it, and one of the things I learned was it's not so much about the idea. You have to have an idea, but it doesn't have to be the most original one. You can buy, you can make empanadas and sell them on the street and have a successful business project. But you have to buy the good ingredients. You have to get the good price, and you have to be on top of things, which I hadn't been. I hadn't given clear enough instructions to the company, and one of the things they taught was that you have to persevere as an entrepreneur. It's 90% perseverance, and maybe 5% creativity. And often the idea you might get having traveled abroad and see something that doesn't exist in your own country. Anyway, I just want to share a few of my experiences that I think could offer some inspiration. One of the experiences when I was working in the private sector was I was working for a business organization in the area of transport policy. And we made a coalition with an environmental organization, an ONG, and an NGO. And it was about reducing transport. Obviously, reducing transport is good for reducing emissions and combating climate change. But in this case, why would a business organization and an environmental organization work together? Because the companies that needed the transport for their products, they had an interest in saving transport costs. So what was done is a diagnostic was made of what the company was producing. For example, Coca-Cola, they were producing Coca-Cola, bottle it, and transport it all over the place. So the diagnostic was done, and the recommendation was, well, it's better to transport the concentrated powder, Coca-Cola, and only bottle it, only add the water at the place close to the distribution. And by that, they saved an enormous amount of transport costs and also emissions. So this hardly costs anything. You can use public money maybe to do the diagnostics, but then the companies will do it because it saves money. It's good for their business and it's good for the environment. And I think these kind of coalitions are interesting to look for. It doesn't have to cost money. You can do the same with energy efficiency in companies to do a diagnostic and work on isolation and reduce your energy bill, for example. In Chile, most of the things we have been doing are also public-private partnerships. For example, we worked on financing of the concentrated solar plant in the Atacama Desert, where there was a very strong gender aspect in the project, and we combined subsidies from the European Union with loans from development banks, and eventually managed to promote this project and attract other investments. At the moment, we are working on a Team Europe initiative and for green hydrogen development in Chile. And there's a link here with triangular cooperation as well. But what we're doing is we promote technology transfer, capacity building, research, development, finance, mobilizing funding from development banks, funding from the European Union, which is not development aid, but we could spend 7% of the cooperation budget of the EU on actions that are not development aid. But we combine this with funding from Germany, because we were talking about the scarcity of funding, and we're combining this with funding from Germany, from the Ministry of Economy and Climate Change, because they have an interest to develop this industry here. They have an interest in importing green hydrogen from Chile, like the EU itself as well. And in this exercise, we work obviously with the private sector, with ministries of environment, energy, finance. We work with the university because we're using Earth observation to support the territorial planning, and the same areas of cooperation, Earth observation and green hydrogen development. We're working with ACSID to share the Chilean experience and green hydrogen development in its development of the strategy, the regulatory framework with other countries. And we're also looking at how we could mobilize Copernicus for a sustainable lithium extraction, for example, which could be another triangular cooperation project with Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, for example. I think I've reached my 7 minutes, so I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Siete minutos exactos. Eso es
7 minutes exactly.
Bueno, pasamos ahora a Alejandra Contreras.
We will now offer the floor to Alejandra Contreras, Executive Director of the Consortium of Universities of the State of Chile.
Muchas gracias, muy buenos días. Saludo a todos y todas. Primero agradecer.
Good morning. I would first like to thank you for the invitation and to share with you that this consortium, I think we're probably one of the more different organizations, is a group of 17 universities, public universities in Chile, from the north to the southernmost point in Punta Arenas, and we understand the role of academia and how to collaborate to the development of our country. I'd like to share a few things with you. The higher education system in Chile has been built throughout the years based on competencies and not so much competition, not collaboration. So you compete for resources, you compete for professors, and within this context, these collaborative capacities were not reaching fertile ground. So this has changed in the last decade, I'd say. We've tried to build a different model. It began with research models that could be more collaborative and that were interdisciplinary and that actually weren't necessary about researchers associated with their own individual needs. And it was for universities that had a specific characteristic that was being part of the state. And therefore, as such, they are at the service and development of the country. These are institutions that should not be competing amongst themselves, but they should be rather at the service of social, economic, productive, cultural improvements throughout the territory. So this law specifically establishes or defines the mission of the universities. Within this mission, it recognizes that these institutions are at the service of the country and must collaborate with all the public organizations in creating, developing policies, programs, and all sorts of activities that allow solving the issues of society. So these universities were giving a mandate. For many of you, this may seem a little late because it's quite obvious that the institutions should participate in these activities. However, the legal mandate basically changes this logic of competition where the institutions were contributing a lot to the logic of serving the country, but they were doing it as a client and user logic. The universities or the ministries were hiring universities so that they would provide services. And since they were being hired, the universities have been contributing greatly with research and other elements at a social and productive scale. This has come from many universities, but of course, looking at it as a client, that's not what we would like to see in this collaborative space. So the law says, no, state-owned universities are not providing services. They are part of the state, so they need to work together collaboratively. So that changed things. I'm sure you can all understand that this is a very significant change, and it put pressure on universities in terms of how to respond to this legal mandate. We've worked together these past years to make this happen. The law created a council of the universities with the state, so they are grouped together. This institution did not exist earlier. The consortium I work for is a private institution, which is quite ironic. It is a private consortium that groups together the universities and the state. So the law created this consortium. It is a public entity that is linking the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and all other public players that may have interest in working with universities. So what it does is that it generates an agenda to work together. Apart from this, we've generated a line of projects that are worked on as a network. It forces universities to work together, to join forces in order to work on projects, and they face the more urgent tasks like climate change, the aging of the population, health, education, etc. So these projects are a way to change the way that universities interrelate and the way they interrelate with the public world. So it's been very interesting. It has also shown us the challenges of collaborative work, working as a network, and this perspective from the public world. We've had to change financing, management, oversight of the resources, because resources are given to these projects that, again, are not about providing a service. They are more about integration. And another line of work has to do with the collaborative or collaboration agreements. So projects have an agreement and funding, and we have been bringing together all public institutions, the Ministry of Housing, of Employment, and other ministries to somehow be at the service of the ministries and what they require, to understand what they require. For example, volunteering programs with our students, internships, research tasks that are very relevant. So these are the tools that have allowed us to make progress. In this sense, we have several challenges ahead of us, but we trust that this new perspective of collaborative work between the public institutions and academia is the way we need to go about this, to find answers to our nation's challenges. There's many other issues, lithium, others that we need to participate actively in, and we hope that these new models, these new ways of working together will be fruitful. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alejandra.
Thank you, Alejandra. We'd like to offer the floor now to Nahuel Odone, Development Coordination Officer of the UN Resident Coordinator Office in Honduras. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this first regional conference of South-South cooperation. I'd like to thank ECLAC for the invitation, and of course to greet Enrique Oviedo, who has been articulating this for several years. I would like to share a few key messages with you today and to recognize or acknowledge a reality that we should put on the table. Collaborating with the private sector is part of our narrative of international cooperation for development, but in general, it tends to be difficult. How many times did the private sector term appear yesterday? It was around 9 times, and most of the times it was mentioned was by the executive secretary of ECLAC or by the chair of Costa Rica. So we need to put this on the table because we speak as a bloc, as multi-actor collaboration. So it's important to include academia, the private sector, and for many of us, it's been easier to articulate projects with civil society or articulating projects with academia, and it has been a challenge to do so with the private sector. Of course, we know that we want to collaborate with the private sector. We value what the private sector can offer us, but it's difficult to achieve this collaboration. How do we do it? How do we build these collaboration channels with the private sector? This is still a challenge for many public officials, national and international alike. And there was a survey made in the UN system to a group of CEOs and presidents and of companies, and 50% of the persons that were interviewed mentioned that 85% of them understood that the private sector had a significant role to play in collaboration in order to achieve the SDGs. Another high percentage also identified that it was complex to collaborate with the UN system and that it was complex to collaborate under these multiplayer approaches. So there's many analyses on the benefits, the pros and cons of collaboration with the private sector for the UN system, with private companies and with the international cooperation agencies and the national delegations and private companies. A first case, private corporations have interest in the global reach of the UN system and the interaction with local communities, with the normative and impartial role that the institution has. So for private corporations to collaborate with cooperation agencies sometimes helps their international image. It helps with their social, corporate social responsibility programs. And many times the private sector is not inclined to take these risks. Sometimes this is a common situation. And for the UN, for national delegations, advancing in collaboration with the private sector is important in terms of innovation, digital transformation, improvement of productivity, the use of micro data, and of course, to obtain resources. So it seems quite clear what the scope would be, the field of work, the scope of action would be, but there's several important things to bear in mind with international cooperation. One is the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals, especially the SDG 17. And yesterday, in fact, Costa Rica, the chair woman mentioned this SDG 17, the Addis Ababa agreement that speaks of a new international architecture and substantive changes in funding for development, also was mentioned by the minister, deputy minister of Chile, and the Kampala principles that were created within the framework of the OECD. And it is within this framework that we define what is understood by collaboration of the private sector with international cooperation for development.
And of course, the Paris Agenda that seeks to strengthen mitigation, adaptation, and resilience with regard to climate change. These 4 agendas do offer opportunities for the adoption of new approaches, methodologies, tools focused on profitable solutions to the challenges of sustainable development. And then I would also like to mention some things based on the reflections of yesterday. I think that there are several elements in SDG 17 that are relevant, particularly finance, technology, capacity building, trade, systemic issues in order to understand the governance of these multi-stakeholder partnerships. These are essential for development to devise a productive development policy. And also we need to frame our cooperation exercises, collaboration exercises with the private sector based on these policies for productive development in our countries. We have a dual role in international cooperation for development because it is this dual role that reflects the structural heterogeneity of the Latin American economies and the need to have important improvements, having gains in terms of productivity and distribute them. Yesterday, the Argentine chair mentioned that multi-stakeholder dimension is closely linked to financing. And yes, that is the case. In this sense, there are essential fields in terms of finances and technology and governance, and where we can have specific examples in the framework of finance. And on account of the time, I will not elaborate further on this. But these are exercises such as the construction of national frameworks that are integrated for financing in our countries that carried out the assessment of finances for development to have a clear diagnosis of the financing flows, public as well as private, domestic as well as external, including South-South and triangular cooperation. And this is a diagnosis that is essential in order to think of collaboration and a key input for the development of integrated financing strategies. Countries have asked us to accompany them in the building of narratives on how to talk to the CFIs and how to talk to the private sector. And in this sense, CFIs can also be the international financial institutions, a gateway for a dialogue, a multi-stakeholder cooperation, because CIPAD, CAF, World Bank have specific ways of speaking to the private sector and have a history of this. And these are essential stakeholders to join this space. And then in terms of technology, there are many opportunities that have been relayed, and often I think, for example, in UNDP that creates guarantee funds in order to accompany investors and reduce the risk in projects for sustainable energy with regard to SDG 17 and mitigate the risk for the private sector. And within the context of the pandemic, this increased substantively. It is relevant to think of the relationship between digital transition and the green transition. And I would also like to share another two messages. I know that I've already gone beyond my time. The first thing is not lose sight of governance and the relevance of building dialogue in our country at three levels: public-public, public-private, and private-private. Public-public dialogue to give coherence to public action and leaving aside the competence gaps or overlapping even that is not too clear what competence is in the purview of what institution. And public-private dialogue is a challenge for Latin America. It has been analyzed and several research studies have been published on this. And we've moved ahead in the generation of public-private spaces as we talked here, but there are still some difficulties in the construction of these spaces. And the private-private dialogue, but what is clear is that associatism within the private sector does work when the public and public-private dialogue works. And then the last message in this sense, and since a dialogue between cooperating agencies and others seem to be an important gateway to South-South cooperation, I think it is well worthwhile to maintain this concept of South-South cooperation. The concept of South-South cooperation, as it was left clear yesterday, is key to our region. And so in this sense, it is well worthwhile reflecting, do we have circular cooperation Or do we keep the South-South cooperation that is political, as was clear yesterday, and where we need to strengthen technical cooperation? And in this sense, I recall having taken part, and with this I conclude, in Power Plus 40, and in Power Plus 40 in Buenos Aires in 2019, Latin America bet on the discussion and panel discussion related to South-South cooperation. This was the subject of much debate in the panel yesterday, and so I believe that yes, we need a sound approach on how we're going to measure and assess South-South cooperation so that in Latin America and the Caribbean may be part of the global debate. But Asian countries put across other themes and agenda. They bet a lot on official funds to facilitate trade, infrastructure, promotion of investment, public and private, and particularly in the case of regional value chains and with high technological content. And so I think that this is a space to enhance cooperation between science and technology among our countries in order to reduce the technology gap, especially because it is very difficult for the private sector, or rather, he corrects himself, that the public sector may support funds in this area, because of course the private sector has had an important role to play in that area, and we need to reduce the gap, not only technological, but also in other dimensions with the more developed countries for the benefit of our people without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pasamos a
And now, Nicole Bidegain, Social Affairs Officer at the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC. And thank you. It is an honor to be at this event today on behalf of the Director of the Division for Gender Affairs. We would like to share some lessons learned in moving ahead in multi-stakeholder cooperation from the viewpoint of the work that we do in the division together with the ECLAC team. I do have a presentation that will be brief, but it illustrates the points. What we're doing and concrete examples. The first thing I wanted to say is, as the Executive Secretary said, that we're facing a cascade crisis that exacerbates historical gaps. And what is key here is that in Latin America, gender inequality is a structural trait, and I don't want to overwhelm you with data, but just say that on account of the unfair division of work and care, today women dedicate almost 3 times as much time as men to unpaid household work. And 1 out of 2 women is outside the labor market, and the rates of unemployment among women continues to be higher than for men, and this furthers the persistence of poverty in the region. But of course, we are at a turning point where we must see, as a country and a region, how can we do things with a sense of urgency, raising our ambitions in order to address these challenges that are structural and in a context that is each day more uncertain. I would like to highlight that Latin America, in fact, and the Caribbean, although it has these challenges, also has tremendous potentials in order to face these challenges, because it is the only region in the world that for more than 45 years, the governments, the UN system, international agencies, and also civil society organizations, in particular, women and feminist organizations, but also academia and the private sector, meet within the framework of the Regional Conference on Women, which is one of the older subsidiaries in ECLAC, and this has been key to move ahead with proposals and multi-stakeholder dialogue. And so within the framework of this conference, several commitments were passed and that appear here and that are in synergy with the global commitments and that precisely contribute to raise the relevance of these commitments, Beijing 2030 Agenda and Addis Ababa. And this is an agenda that we believe is very interesting because in a globalized world, actions to move ahead towards gender equality are insufficient at domestic level. They need to be addressed at a transnational level and reduce the asymmetries in terms of trade, finance, technology through more regional cooperation and international cooperation. And so this agenda does adopt a multi-scale scale
And it is innovative. It allows us to overcome this false dichotomy between development and human rights. In Latin America, this is a region where there is no gender equality. We will not achieve it without overcoming the structural obstacles to development, but nor will there be development or sustainable development if we don't move towards gender equality and guaranteeing the rights of women in all their diversity. And so, well, I do not want to overwhelm you with more data, but yes, give you concrete examples. At the last regional conference of women that we were organized together with UN Women in Buenos Aires was a very interesting space, multi-stakeholder, because more than 1,100 people took part, delegates from 30 countries in Latin America and other regions, 17 UN agencies, 14 intergovernment agencies, 750 representatives of all regional and sub-regional national organizations of the civil society, women's and ministers' organizations, but also others that approach us. And being clear that these are multi-stakeholder spaces, governance is clear, and those who take the decisions are ECLAC members. And there are several meetings here that the governments approved and that are really very, very interesting in order to move ahead and speed up towards sustainable development. First of all, recognizing care as the right of people to be cared and exercise care on the basis of various principles, including the social and gender co-responsibility, and also understanding that this is a responsibility that must be shared among various players, including the diversity of families, communities, enterprises, and state, and considering, if we want to use a CVR, that there are responsibilities that are shared but differentiated among the various players. And also, there's a clear emphasis on promoting cooperation programs at sub-regional, regional, multilateral level through North-South cooperation, South-South, and triangular, and that none of these modalities, neither the South-South, replace North-South. And there are many commitments that must still be implemented in order to reduce asymmetries, global asymmetries. And also, we have very specific agreements that recognize the fundamental role of NGOs, and especially women and feminist organizations. This is a very ambitious and such a diverse region, marked by racism and socioeconomic inequality, and so many inequalities that intersect. It is also necessary to recognize the diversity of players and when we speak of multi-stakeholders. And also following this idea that is not only necessary for countries to move ahead and what done, but also the how. And picking up on the Addis Ababa agenda, on the 10 pillars of implementation, we had the Montevideo strategy developed in 2013 in order to achieve SDGs, and the focus is on 10 pillars, not only on the what, but the how. And cooperation is a key pillar for these commitments to become reality. And to end, I would like to give you two very concrete examples of spaces of collaboration that are innovative and that we are doing with this multi-scalar approach. On the one hand, at ECLAC, we are accompanying several countries in the region in the georeferencing, for example, of the design of policies for territorial care. For example, in the case of Bogota, is very interesting, and where there's been a georeference on the various blocks for care in gender indicators in order to think better of the policies and how to implement a districtal care system. In Bogota, the federal map, in Argentina, there is another experience, and several players took part in that in order to identify the various organizations and institutions of education and services that would be working at territorial level to facilitate the gathering of supply and demand, and also processes that have been carried out in the Dominican Republic. So this is one example of how at a regional level, you can bring it down to the territory, but we also have several spaces for collaboration and multi-scalar approach on how to continue to provide South-South cooperation, but also North-South cooperation. And here I would like to highlight two initiatives that in fact are in the process. And so this is just an announcement.
There is progress in terms of discussing this possibility. This is a bi-regional agreement for care between Latin America and the EU to promote cooperation in terms of care policies and systems with a gender perspective in both regions, considering the Buenos Aires Agreement and the European System of Care approved in the EU last year. And here with the government of Argentina, Mexico, Spain, with the EULAC Foundation, UN Women, and ECLAC, we're promoting this initiative. And the CELAC EU Summit will be an opportunity to advance in this direction. And as was mentioned, one of the major challenges that we face in the region are taxation challenges. We have a low level of tax collection, high levels of tax evasion and avoidance, regressive taxation systems that have a gender impact. And these distributive effects are different between men and women, and also what also has an impact is the lack of financing that we have to finance the regional gender agenda that accelerates equality. And in this sense, the Buenos Aires commitment, countries decided to implement fiscal policies with a gender perspective, counter-cyclical policies that can advance towards increasing public investment aimed at the infrastructure and care policies, and also to strengthen regional cooperation to struggle against fiscal tax evasion and avoidance, and to race to the top in order to have more resources for equality and care policies. In this sense, the Colombian initiative is advancing towards having a summit on tax issues in June in Cartagena. ECLAC is accompanying that process, and as from the gender unit, we have a strategic alliance to reform ICRI, in order to make these commitments a reality, to advance in more cooperation, to reduce tax evasion and avoidance, and thus to have sufficient resources for equality policies, and dismount that narrative in the sense that we have no resources or that we have a restricted fiscal space, but we have to think in order to expand the limits of what is possible. Those are the experiences that I wanted to share with you, and it's been a great pleasure. We will now move on to a brief video by Maria del Pilar Garrido, who's Director for Development Cooperation of the organization of the OECD. It's a pre-recorded video message. I am glad to speak to you in this regional conference on South-South cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to thank ECLAC and its Executive Director, José Manuel Salazar Ciriñas, for inviting me to this event. The world has withstood crisis after crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic and the war in the Ukraine has aggravated world stability and extreme poverty and hunger, and making progress among the most, hindering progress among the most vulnerable and poor. Despite the call to finance development, the deficit of financing of SDGs is $4 billion in 2020. The mobilization of private financing is also very distant from what we need in order to bridge this gap, reaching $52.3 billion in 2020. But the world is not lacking money. We need to work more and better together. Governments, private agents, civil society, and regional and multilateral institutions are all called upon to play an important role in order to improve investments in South-South and triangular cooperation. 43% of green projects registered on the OECD repository involve the participation of one or more non-state agents, subnational agents, civil society, philanthropists, academia, research institutions, or the private sector. But how is it that we can use South-South and triangular cooperation in order to expand innovation, to create more employment, to digitalize our economy, to invest better on education, to create more inclusive policies, to guarantee gender equality and promote peaceful societies that are sustainable and resilient? We have sought comparative advantages of each stakeholder that is involved, and allow me to highlight 4 concrete actions on which we can all work together so that we can improve and make these partnerships more effective. First of all, we must redouble our efforts in terms of information and the compilation of data on South-South and triangular cooperation. Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have for many years been champions in the promotion of South-South and triangular cooperation. Around 41% of all triangular cooperation projects for which we have data have been conducted with countries in this region. In order to guarantee that we have a set of triangular cooperation, the OECD is collaborating with other entities such as the Islamic Development Bank, the General Ibero-American Secretariat, SEGIP, and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. And we're also open to collaborate with ECLAC and with all of you in the compilation of evidence and data. Our new information system called Total Official Support for Sustainable Development can also be very useful in order to measure and value triangular cooperation, including private resources mobilized via official means. Secondly, we must update and improve our monitoring and impact evaluation tools in our South-South and triangular partnerships. We have to be capable of better explaining the added value of working together and the impact that we are able to achieve. We must present arguments, commercial arguments, so that the private sector via its own language can join us, so that there can be more inter-regional projects and more innovating formulas, more blended formulas for South-South triangular projects, blue and green projects, and we are working actively on that as OECD and as active members, as the Global Association for Effective Triangular Cooperation. That is a unique possibility for all parties involved in development may exchange and jointly create public policy solutions and tools in order to work in a more effective manner when it comes to triangular cooperation. Thirdly, we also have to do more to establish a better link between South-South and triangular cooperation around key thematic discussions as tools to promote public goods and services at a global level, such as the struggle against climate change, to obtain high-impact development goals, establish new partnerships and lessons. Triangular cooperation is one of many modes that provide solutions with tremendous results. For example, the small island developing states have a tremendous potential to do more with triangular cooperation. And finally, but no less important, we must think more about innovating financing mechanisms, involve financial institutions and development banks so that we can improve the quality and quantity of those resources. The OECD is helping countries to better benefit from official aid for development and other official flows for the mobilization of financing and private investment, focusing on quality, on the support for a stronger, more resilient and green growth. And this includes the strategic use of mixed financing principles, the Committee for the Assistance to Development of the OECD, among other instruments. Ladies and gentlemen, triangular cooperation has shown its value as a flexible tool that has a high impact in terms of helping countries to recover, including the support to face up to climate change, climate adaptation, the strengthening of the blue economy, assistance for agricultural adaptation, and also systems and innovations to provide what we have called a global public goods with a whilst there is more competition at a geopolitical level, a greater diversity of emerging stakeholders, triangular cooperation is indeed an effective tool to deploy the financing for development and contribute specialized knowledge so that they may supplement local priorities and help leaders to make progress in the development of their countries. Many members of the OECD committee have incorporated triangular cooperation in their policies and cooperation strategies for development. In order to advance, we need to question traditional wisdom, to share successes and learn from common experiences. Let us work together so that we can achieve a truly inclusive growth, a more sustainable and resilient to benefit everyone in Latin America and the Caribbean and beyond. And please allow me to conclude by inviting you all to participate in this international meeting on triangular cooperation that will be held on the 12th and 13th of October. We hope to be able to welcome you all at that meeting. Thank you very much. We get the feeling that Latin America and the Caribbean work as a laboratory where we are testing things that is not necessarily something bad, but it does point towards a need to advance towards systematizations, mechanisms, recommendations, models, enabling us to exert more influence. And we believe that that's one of the challenges that we face. And not necessarily cooperation with the private sector is something new or novel. It seems that with the private sector, there are more links than you would think when we start to analyze in greater depth. When we began, we thought that with universities it would be easier, but now we see that there are also specific challenges when it comes to universities, thinking about the sale of services. But in any case, with each stakeholder, there is a challenge in terms of aligning those interests in a creative manner, but also with regulations, with formal links, generating trust. There is a whole issue which is regulatory, which has different aspects. But a mandate for this conference perhaps would be to work on this. And now I would like to open up the floor for your comments. Please be very concise so that we can offer the floor to as many speakers as possible. Chile has asked for the floor. Thank you, Santiago. Good morning. We thank the panel. I believe that you have delivered different presentations touching on different points that are interesting when we hold this long-standing discussion on how international cooperation involves stakeholders apart from government stakeholders whom we represent in this conference. And indeed, this discussion has been going on for some time now. There has been a lot of analysis, a lot of discussion, and the incorporation of different stakeholders in cooperation is not an issue that is a given or that is something easy. However, through various experiences that have been highlighted here, we have seen how there are diverse stakeholders that have joined in this effort. And as mentioned during the panel, indeed, as from the perspective of our actions as a government entity, it is far more efficient and natural to incorporate as multi-stakeholders for cooperation, academia, NGOs, and it becomes far more difficult, far more complex to begin to collaborate with the private and productive sector, with the world of companies, because when we talk of private sectors, we encompass all three, but we must separate the academic and NGOs from the productive world. And indeed, I believe that there is a big problem. As government stakeholders, we have to face up to that problem permanently. There is a major problem when we try to involve the private sector, because regrettably, or the concept of cooperation and the concept of profit, which is the concept of private companies, are not concepts that permanently come together.
In some cases, they are completely different. So the difficulty of including the private productive sector is that how do we consider cooperation to be a joint work in order to face the difficulties in our countries with the necessary interest for profits that the private entrepreneur has. This is a point that still has not been solved fully. On the side of Chile, We have some experiences, and we have one that it's in its implementation involves two innovations in cooperation, and that is the creation of Fondo Chile. Chile Fund was created by the government of Chile, and the first innovation is how resources were mobilized. Where did the resources originate? There is a law in Chile that every air ticket and the tax, $1 of that goes to the Chile Fund. And that generates an important fund for the state of Chile. Chile Fund contributes with $3 million a year for cooperation projects. And the second innovation is that those funds are implemented convening organizations of civil society with the idea of having development projects with the expertise of civil society. And the other use of that Chile Fund is to fund or finance actions of humanitarian policy of the Chilean government. Secondly, I would like to thank the words of our good friend Christoph, because in triangular cooperation, in fact, there is an area where we can generate more initiatives of multi-stakeholder. And in our triangular projects, we have incorporated the NGO sector, institutions with great expertise in specific spaces, improving the action or improving the project that the state could do. And we have a Chile-Spain triangular cooperation project, particularly that has been most successful and has been highlighted in ASEHIP. And that is the project of an NGO of Chile in Paraguay to face the vulnerabilities of children and youth through sports. That's called Football Plus. Also, there are other initiatives underway that we are generating based on the triangular fund we have with the EU. So we are developing actions that help us involve different players, and therefore we believe that we are generating activities that will include multi-stakeholders in international cooperation. Thank you, Chile. Panama. And with that, I close the list of speakers. And those that have your card, Uruguay was first. Uruguay then. Thank you. I would like to mention something about yesterday's topic. We fully concur with what Colombia said. We are trying to focus on the assessment, evaluation, and impact. One of the main roles we have is that. In view of the shortage of resources, what's always important is to know if what we are doing, implementing, does have some value for society, for countries in which we are working. So that's one point. The other one is of information systems. What we are trying to say is that systems be compatible and facilitate interrelation and sharing of information. Otherwise, the work of compilation is enormous, and then not cross it over, I mean, pointless. And now, as to panel of today, congratulations, the panel members and the chair, Santiago. As to participation of the private sector, we have tried to do something that was to strengthen the Global Pact of the UN. Uruguay had very little development. It was created in 1999, and we had very little companies. what we did was to strengthen that space of work, because there you have enterprises that are committed to several of the most important values of society: human rights, labor rights, rights of women, several that are behind. And therefore, for us, it's easier to articulate actions that have to do with those that have a commitment with society. It is there that we are developing an interesting activity where initiatives emerge from the private sector, and we facilitate and promote those initiatives. Then, on the other hand, we have a multi or interagency project where we have UN Women, UNDP, and which is the second energy transition. We have funds from several countries, a $10 million project that involves the participation of private financial sector. We have 5 international private banks participating, and hopefully we'll get to 9 or 10 max. That is an initiative that has enabled banks to include in their portfolios a new dimension, and in their evaluation, a series of elements that have to do with the environment and with the conversion to renewable energies, which is one of the most important stakes. As to NGOs, we have 7 that are working with in South-South cooperation, an initiative that's important to give room to NGOs. Now, before July, we'll have the second NGO meeting. The second one is closely related to open government and transparency, and we are working to include a third one. Not very many before the end of the year. It's complex, as many delegations have said. But that is in sum what we wanted to share with you as what we are doing. And we are interested in participating in the areas where these subjects may be discussed and learn from the experience of the rest. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. Now, Panama. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And most grateful for this panel where interesting initiatives have been touched upon, and then we will need to go deeper into them. I want to share with you here present, in view of the multi-stakeholder dialogue that countries are holding in each country, and it could be of interest not only for Panama, where Panamanian population has benefited from these initiatives, but also for other countries. To say that Panama, since we joined SDGs and strategic plans, having public policy in sync with those agreements, involves a national process for development, implementing actions, closing gaps of poverty, inequality, empowering girls and women, facilitate access to technology. And in technology and new generations, we are promoting an 8th Robotic Olympics to be held in Panama in November of this year, and to leave a legacy and broaden the conversation of our region to strengthen education along these lines in technology. So this is for STEM careers. Once 2030 agenda was adopted, and as a result of recovery from the pandemic, we undertook national strategies like Colmena Plan as an accelerator for SDGs, and the route strategy that is led to Panama's Solidarian to reach socioeconomic stability levels. We need to recognize that in the Colmena Plan, it has exceeded our expectations. We have success stories that contribute to transform the life of our people, of 300 groups that were lagging behind. The voices of 100,000 people have been heard, and also with 122,000 offers and 9 action plans implemented in provinces and indigenous areas. In the case of strategies and routes to normalcy, we have been recognized by international ranking institutions as one of the economies with the best projections for recovery after the pandemic. Panama in GDP had 10.8% economic growth, one of the highest of the region as a post-pandemic recovery. As to productivity and employment in our Ministry of Development and Labor, we have implemented programs of improving employability, and until October 2022, we have benefited 25,000 people with a program to improve training, capacity building, and in an analysis of the Center of Competitiveness of Panama, we showed an improvement in the unemployment rate of 7.2 percentage points, going down from 18.5 in 2020, 11% in 2021. So in that critical stand, 149,000 left unemployment. And in solidarity, we have benefited 400,000 people complying with these requirements of community service. Another interaction with key players have been the proposals of the private sector for economic reactivation. And it has required the government to be a facilitator and coordinator between public and private sectors. We can mention the establishment of the public-private partnership as an incentive for private investment, creation of employment, and with the institutional framework. In the Bicentennial Pact, men, women, indigenous, Afro-descending, and people with disability contributed their views to have 155,000 citizen initiatives from all territories of the country. And this is an opportunity for present and future administrators to assume a commitment and ensure governance. Likewise, recently we had the creation of the Ministry of Women. It used to be an institute. And like this, we have incentivized the participation of women in the development and growth of the country, fostering public policies, reducing gender inequities. Likewise, we have an initiative that we call Acknowledging the Good Practices of SDGs, and therefore the idea is to consolidate SDGs from their own territories. We've had 2 versions, 2021 and 22, with a number of non-governmental stakeholders presenting 228 initiatives in the 6 categories assessed. We are evaluating the technical reasons in order to establish SDG imprint that will bring together sustainable development goals with those of the 2030 agenda. An aspect that we cannot omit is the environment, where Panama has been chosen as one of the global champions in the high-level energy commission of the UN, and the idea is to be carbon negative very soon. We cannot mention that in the framework of the World Conference, Our Ocean, Our Connection, held in March of this year, we announced the conservation of 54.33% of our exclusive economic zone in the Panamanian Caribbean, increasing its area up to 33,000 kilometers, 100 times its size. We work the connectivity of the marine corridor and in coordination with the neighbor countries to promote the transnational use of marine resources.
Likewise, in our third national report, national voluntary report that we're developing together with other public institutions, especially strengthening the national statistics system and the social aspects in our country, the dialogue and interaction with civil society and partners of the UN system. We've consolidated the role of the National Statistics and Census Institute that guides the indicator process by accompanying the statistics work of the generators of evidence. Panama is moving forward firmly, but we know that there is still a lot to be done. The 2030 agenda requires that we carry out certain corrections and redirect our efforts by supplementing it because there is no fixed route. Everything goes hand in hand with the resilience that we may reach as a country and with the regional efforts that promote public policies and partnerships that will provide welfare at a national and local level. We would like to continue socializing good practices as the ones I've announced in fora such as today's forum and put it at the service of the international community. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. I have closed the list with Brazil, Honduras, UN Women, IDB, and just 2 minutes, please.
Brasil.
Gracias, Santiago.
Brazil has the floor. In the first place, I'd like to thank and congratulate the organizers of the event for putting this topic on the table and for the panelists for bringing such rich contributions. But after this first dialogue, it would seem that we now only have specific experiments. We don't have any certainties. We are not yet convinced of how to carry out this cooperation with the new players. It seems that from the list of possibilities that we have, academia is the sector that brings most certainties. It has a clear vocation and it wishes to contribute to international cooperation. It was very interesting to hear Ms. Alejandra Contreras. I didn't know that there was a consortium of universities in Chile, and when I was listening to her presentation, I thought that perhaps this is an opportunity for horizontal collaboration to learn from Chile's experience. In Brazil, we don't have a dialogue with consortia, rather only with specific universities to carry out the work that public institutions don't have time to do. We have several industries and areas like cotton or family crops that have led us to look for partners. This would be a great opportunity for us. We don't have that many partnerships with universities. They are more focused in agriculture and culture. But until now, the experience has been excellent. We would like to expand on that and to learn from other countries. I believe it would be very positive for us to share in that regard. We have also been forming partnerships with organized civil society. We haven't really touched on that, but we've had some very positive experiences for humanitarian aid and cooperation. These are moments of great solidarity with other countries, such as what happens with Lebanon and Syria, and previously with the earthquake in Japan, tsunami in Asia. But we should find a way to keep this spirit of solidarity alive with civil society. We've also talked about the huge difficulties with the private sector, which doesn't really prevent us from finding ways of working with them. But with this dialogue that we've had, we've we haven't really mentioned the NGOs very much, and I believe that my neighbor from Chile has mentioned a sports project. It's very similar to something that soccer player Hai has begun, but there aren't that many. Perhaps this could also be something we could further study and see what are the best practices and what we can do together. And on the matter of NGOs, I also wanted to mention that there are two sides to this. One is the cooperation that we do. We're thinking of choosing a national NGO to work on the partners that we have abroad, such as the case of sports. But there's also the aspect of the presence of NGOs. It is no longer a matter of South-South cooperation, but other countries are working with NGOs from our countries. And we know, for example, that in Brazil, there are some projects that are not large projects. They're smaller, but they involve the cooperation agency, and they're positive, of course, but sometimes we don't see them. We don't learn about them. And it's a shame because we don't learn about their development and results. It would be good to learn more about the experiences of national NGOs that work with foreign governments and to see how we can best participate and get to know the results and add this to our general knowledge. And finally, I would like to join or second the words of the representative of Peru in working on this topic. We are at a very incipient stage. Perhaps we could find a way to make a compilation of these practices within the next few months. And this could be an example of horizontal cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Luisa. It wasn't Honduras, it was Guatemala. I apologize, I got confused, and it wasn't Bahamas, it was Barbados. So I'd like to offer the floor to Guatemala then. Thank you. I promise to be brief. Cyril, good morning. As the Guatemalan delegation, I would like to thank the moderator and the panelists for sharing their best practices and experiences. They have enlightened us all and reminded us of the importance of cooperation. This promotes the construction of with the formation of efficient alliances or partnerships such as civil society, the public world, and academia. And Ms. De Palma from El Salvador mentioned that within SDG 17, there is a need to establish this global alliance for sustainable development, supplemented by the alliance or partnership between multiple stakeholders that would mobilize and promote the exchange of knowledge, technical capabilities, financial resources in order to reach this development goal. Development is a commitment of a state, of all our states, and this requires that international cooperation, the private sector, the academia, and other organizations, NGOs, align their financial and technical support to achieve these goals. These are instruments that seek to get all of these groups to work together to address the economic challenges, and so that different sectors of society can learn, acquire knowledge, and to share in this purpose to generate an impact by joining forces in a coordinated and synergistic manner. This coordination of all stakeholders would include the contribution of financial resources, which are of great importance in the world. Guatemala has been a promoter of dialogue between different parties and working on the other 16 SDGs, cultural, public, private, academia, and other civil society, among others, work together to promote the reduction of poverty, which is a priority. As part of this commitment, I would like to share with you that in 2021, Guatemala elaborated an exercise to identify the partnerships for development that had been carried out to that moment, and thus have a database that would contribute significantly to the programming efforts of the country. Given the importance of this, and this year we are working on updating this information. We know that there are huge challenges, but working together, we can bridge these existing gaps. Thank you.
Muchas gracias también por la.
Thank you for being brief. Now UN Women.
Muchas gracias a la moderación.
Thank you, Santiago. Greetings to the chair, secretary, and all delegations. It is a pleasure to be here at this first regional South-South cooperation meeting, and it is something that Latin America and the Caribbean have considered an authentic forum for the region and by the region. So congratulations to all and to ECLAC for hosting us. Just three reflections. One has to do with yesterday's conversation yesterday afternoon and today as well, which has to do with the evaluation and valuation. Today, I was able to share the case of Uruguay with ECLAC. It is in a document that summarizes it. I think this document is a classroom document for anyone who wishes to study South-South cooperation. And another evaluation effort that we carried out with Chile and Uruguay when we studied the impact of graduation by the different members of the OECD, which was debated yesterday. It's always very and then the cooperation of Uruguay, Chile, South-South regional. And when we study graduation, this tends to have higher levels. It is a dual role. We need to value the importance of costing and measuring. And we, of course, have 1710 and 3.1 that were talking about the ECLAC team was talking about yesterday. It is what the region has always validated. The difficulty is when we want to measure the impact, not because we don't have the technical means or the experience or the methodology, but this is what we would like to do. And if we want to value this or evaluate it from the perspective of women, and it is interesting to bring this today within Latin America and the Caribbean, and the coordination of this table of the UN system that Salazar Sinax was mentioning yesterday. There's two technical groups that can be at the service of the countries. One is the group that works on data and statistics, for the UN at the service of the member states of Latin America and the Caribbean. And another is the evaluation technical group that was just formed in this new stage of the UN reform, which is also at the service of the member states of Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe that is important. Luis Yanez has a very important role to play with the platform, and the technical and data and statistics groups are at the service of this conference and of course of the member states. And in terms of what brings us here today in terms of multi-stakeholder or multi-player actions, we have cooperation between civil society and our member states for decades, but we have a very restrictive interpretation of South-South cooperation. And I mean, by this, I mean that is how the states understand it, and it is a BAPA and BAPA plus 40 bias. It goes back to the 70s, but if we want to delve into this, I would like to welcome Brazil and Peru's invitations. We need to look at all the other South-South cooperation initiatives that have been around for 30 and 40 years and have regional networks. So we have regional networks in Latin America and the Caribbean that participate in many of these instances, such as the ones we have here. An example was the 45 years of the Regional Conference on Women, which a few months ago, over 750 representatives of civil society were participating in, and they participate actively in an ongoing fashion. This is not the first South-South cooperation, and I don't mean that we should have the same level of representation, but we could build on that which other conferences have, so that other parts of the room that is full could be even more full. And we could include other experts that help NGOs and academia and others. There's many networks. I won't name any specifically, but we've been producing empirical evidence independently. I think we would all agree on the fact that it is extremely important to have accountability, financing, and other systems, as Mariano from the OC mentioned, but we also need to guarantee that we can have alternative financing for civil society, guaranteeing their independence. Here, I'd like to stress two innovative initiatives that we are seeing at this moment. At a regional level, we have one of the many platforms for coordination. Many organizations that are sitting here in this smaller circle, but also the NGOs and other organizations that are collaborating to assist in the human mobility crisis we have in the region. And here you have the UN, all sorts of organizations, NGOs from the north, from the south, the networks in a collaborative effort that is of great interest. And of course, it began with the mobility that we've seen from Venezuela, but now it is spread throughout the region. And it is a very interesting case to see a multiplayer platform operating and coordinating daily.
And also, this was not mentioned by Nicole, but it is a result of the Regional Conference on Women, the fund to support feminist and women organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean, comprising member states set in here by civil society organizations, ACLAC, and UN Women, the trust agent, and is multi-stakeholder in terms of projects, direct resource allocations, civil society organizations, and has benefited the commitment and contributions by the government of Mexico, now Colombia, and UN Women, that our task is always to contribute, not only to strengthen state capacities and public policy for equality, but favor the women's organizations that are working in the territory, facing inequality, and many often responding to a lot of the challenges that we heard about yesterday. And the last point, many agencies have consultation councils in the civil society, even the foreign offices have them. When the agencies do not, sometimes they have them by law, that may be of interest to include a good part of the process, the design, implementation, and accountability to those consultation councils in the foreign offices where there is already a space for interaction with the civil society, and where, of course, from in our agenda, we always are open to the representation of women, and especially the representations of women, rural women, indigenous, Afro-descendants, and indigenous women who have greater difficulty in being part of these spaces for political interaction. And thank you for the possibility to take the floor.
Gracias. Costa Rica.
Thank you. Costa Rica is recognized. Thank you very much, Santiago. It is I greet you all and congratulate all panelists for their presentation. When we are talking of the private sector, it is very broad, and perhaps the major concerns that I share with the panelists, or at least some of them, is that it is with that sector, the private productive sector, the private financial sector, where we have the major question marks as to how we work with them, because there are more nuances, and where there's a lot of money, and that is where the transparency and accountability, how not to benefit one enterprise in favor of another, and public and private sectors, and so all of these questions come up. I agree with Brazil that what we need are specific experiments, yes, but however, there is one example that has worked very well in Costa Rica, and that is not with a particular private sector, private enterprise, but a productive sector, for example, Conama Café, and for the national mitigation that we did with Café. And there you have the public sector through the Ministry of Agriculture and Cattle, because it is climate change that is to reduce emissions and for the national decarbonization plan and all the international commitments that we have in reducing emissions. And so you have that entire public sector and also the productive sector as a coffee growing sector, because as the Chilean colleague said, it is collaboration versus profit. And that is a productive sector that needs to have profits. That is why they're there, to have profits. Yes. And so one part of this, understanding those interests, have actions that benefit, that are sustainable and that benefit the development of the country. Yes, but at the same time, they need a profit. And so there you have the productive sector, coffee producers, coffee beneficiaries, the coffee trading system, the entire gearing machinery of the sector that for us in Costa Rica is very relevant. It is academia, yes, because academia has to do with the research for better ways of producing, more sustainable and so on. And so you have the academia involved. And also there is international cooperation. I believe that the Germans are very much involved because it's all climate change. And so really, it is a good example of that cooperation, multi-stakeholder, national and international, with the productive private sector, that they have a gain, they have a profit, but at the same time, it is supporting mitigation of climate change and therefore collaborating with the SDGs. And so, yes, these are specific examples, and I think that the idea is to find those examples. I love what was said about Coca-Cola. At the end, they reduce costs because transport takes the essence and they make the Coca-Cola in the area, but this reduces the impact on climate change. And so it's a way of determining for us in Costa Rica, it is difficult to work with particular companies, but we do try to do with sectors. For example, the transport, e-mobility, all of this, we're seeing how to work with them and on essential topics for us. For example, in this case, mitigation of climate change. Thank you.
Gracias, Costa Rica.
Thank you, Costa Rica. And then the last intervention, Barbados.
After 50 years of independence, Barbados is a classic example of experiencing the middle income trap. You know, we can say safely that about 50% of the population, when you look at the macro numbers, is doing well, but another 50% is struggling, as we are constantly, over the last 20 years, suffering from external shocks. It's a country with high tourism dependence. So we therefore support and call for the amplification of UN's work beyond GDP. The UN did a lot of work on that, but we don't think enough voice is being given to that. So as such, South-South cooperation helps us to fill the gap. And there are a number of examples here with some of our partners that we've worked with. We have about 4 examples. During the pandemic, we worked with Cuba to have specialized nurses. About 7 years ago, students from Panama came to Barbados under the program Panama Bilingue to study English and tourism at the University of the West Indies. Brazil has a very good program, PEC. I'm one of the students from the Programa Estudante Convenio, where Brazil has opened its doors to students from all over the world, especially in the South, to come to their universities. And I think I'm an example of that PECI program from 1990. And of course, we are working with CINDE out of Costa Rica, and that's brokered by IDB. So just in closing, I want to make available to the conference the document on the Bridgetown Initiative. Is supported by CARICOM. We also had a very high level meeting with the UN Secretary General. And next month, as we speak, our Prime Minister Mia Mottley is going to France to a summit with President Macron to discuss the Bridgetown Initiative. So we'll make that document available. It basically calls for an overhaul of the international financial architecture. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Bueno, cierra ya.
And well, yes, IDB, I see correctly. Yes, it is. Good morning, and thank you for including us and representation of the Group for Development of South America and the Caribbean. First of all, I would like to say that we are very interested in continue to be present in these spaces to contribute, and in particular, public-private issue, and Manuel mentioned the IFI so many times. Thank you, Nahuel. We believe we have a lot to contribute in terms of relations with the private sector, but also NGOs, academia, and the civil society in general. We do have several collaborations ongoing in countries of the region. And second, say that given our natural work with the private sector in terms of long-term financing for development, we also have a space there to have a greater impact. And so we're at your service. Examples, some of this was said by a colleague from the European Union, green hydrogen in Chile, sanitation in Paraguay, railway transport in Uruguay, lithium in Argentina. I could go on and on. And maybe the last point is collaborating with you from the viewpoint of the translation that is sometimes necessary between the type of conversation at UN level or IFIS level, member state level, in international collaboration, South-South, and the language, once again, of the speaking of the private sector. And so we can help with that.
Our support. Gracias.
And well, I thank all the delegations, Santiago, and your panelists for your interventions. A very interesting discussion. We will now have a 10-minute break for coffee, and we'll return for panel 4 in about 10 to 15 minutes. That is 11:20 at the very most. Thank you.
a piece of data, as a reality. We are not all equal in terms of the existence of a resilient infrastructure allowing us to be better prepared. Not all of us are equal in the possibility of having the necessary resources in the subsequent reconstruction process after disaster. And very often we're not all equal to have the same capacities to build back better as it is raised by the framework of Sendai. Nor are we equal inside our countries. Disasters do not impact in the same way all the sectors of our society. And this is another data that is important because it refers to some concepts referred here, like that of vulnerability to which certain sectors of society are exposed. And this was more evidenced, if there was any doubt, by the global humanitarian crisis after COVID-19. That clearly evidenced the structural inequalities between countries, sectors, inside the countries, but also the precariousness of the vital infrastructure in our countries, especially that addressed to more vulnerable sectors like water provision, the access to healthcare, decent housing, and of course, this gave rise to the fact that many of the countries started to say, how are we going to manage and recognize alternatives and strategies that would stop and or prevent each one of those realities? I will not dwell on the diagnosis that was expressed very clearly yesterday, perhaps only recall that we inhabit the second world region impacted by the number of disasters. And this is also raised from the perspective of what I will share with you is focused in thinking about alternatives for leveraging and making the most of existing resources. The second data that confirms, different studies confirm that between 2020 and 2021, the number of persons that live below extreme poverty went from 81 to 86 million persons. That is why I thought of significance from this perspective of risk management to share with you. In the previous panel, the existence of certain agreements was mentioned, and much of what has been worked here emphasizes the SDGs. But in the same year that SDGs were adopted within the UN, in that same year, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction was adopted, 2015-2030. And in Paris, there was the conference, COP21 on climate change, and then COP26 and supplemented by COP27. Why will I refer to this? In some way, these agreements have provided context for what we have been discussing in these 2 days, but also because there is urge to think and act in accordance with these three agreements. In the same way that the UN said when invited to think about indicators for the Sendai framework, but in a supplementary manner with SDGs. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development defines sustainability, environmental sustainability, as closely linked to social inclusion and the care for the needs of the most vulnerable sectors. And it's impossible to think about sustainable development without putting an end to poverty. As to climate change, a former president of the Intergovernmental Expert Group on Climate Change, Rajendra Pachauri, a few years back, said that a prior requirement for the sustainability in the context of climate change is approaching these structural causes, and that risk or disaster risk reduction measures, the most effective ones are the ones that offer development in short term and vulnerability reduction long term. Finally, one of the leading principles in the Sendai framework refers to the importance and that to public and private investments based on the information about these risks is more profitable at some time. Value price was discussed here, and other concepts as well, very important ones. And it is more profitable than depending mainly on the response and recovery after the disasters. Today, countries with the methodology developed by ECLAC for disaster evaluation, the idea we can estimate with accuracy the necessary resources for the subsequent recovery, but also the risk transfer concept with the insurance companies that work in certain aspects related to risks allow us to estimate with great accuracy the subject that investment for disaster prevention, the investment for development is an investment and not a cost. Some speak as to a ratio of 1 to 7, and today this figure is even greater. I mean, between dollar invested in prevention and those necessary for reconstruction, which would be in that case 7 or 8. Along these lines, I wanted to recall the concept of resilience. Some of these concepts have been redefined after the pandemic. And I was saying that after the COVID, much was said about humanitarian resilience. And with these concepts, trying to obtain a link, an articulation between development policies, the humanitarian work, and the strengthening of capacities at local level, both at the level of government institutions as well as community level. And I emphasize this because we understand in this perspective, as raised by the new urban agreement of 2016, that cities stopped being perceived as merely generators of problems, but it is the area closest one to the community as the first respondents to an event or a disaster in order to carry forward all the change processes and alternatives.
So in this sense, and before this complex context that has been presented so clearly in all the different presentations, we understand that it is necessary to add other players, other resources, other approaches, and new consensus. Moreover, I'd like to stress the importance of the implementation of public policies that would prioritize anticipation and a proactive approach and not simply be reactive to events. State actions focused on reducing risk and building resilience. But these require preparation and resources. Furthermore, and more specifically, we are referring to the importance of planning for resilience, focusing on the local governments. From this perspective, we also say that this proposal requires preparation and resources. We understand that working at a local level is of the essence, and it is from there that we can begin to implement changes, many of which have been analyzed and presented in this room. We understand that cooperation for development is vital and to reduce vulnerability and exposure that our communities are faced with. But we also say that it is important for this cooperation to be aimed at strengthening the national and local capabilities. We understand that strengthening these capabilities is fundamental. And as was seen during the pandemic, the state's role is essential. And therefore, the need to strengthen these state capacity is also important. While we continue to work on preparation, as we prepare an answer, we understand it's important to emphasize a systemic approach to manage these disasters. I wanted to briefly share with you that the Center CELADE presents or recommends that we address vulnerability through public policies that will work on 3 pillars: prevention, avoiding materialization of risks, strengthening the response capacity towards adversity and disasters, and third, the ability to actively react to these risks. Following this logic, we wanted to stress, given that resources, which are part of my presentation, actually many of the presentations mentioned the existence of a climate adaptation fund and also for the response to natural disasters of the community of Caribbean states. He corrects himself of Latin American and Caribbean states, which have already received contributions by Mexico and Argentina. We have worked together intensely with ECLAC colleagues, and in order to be more specific, the rules of procedure of the steering committee and the proposals and priorities for financing of projects. You have 1 minute. I was going to stress some of the positive aspects of the fund, but I will mention 2 alternatives. This work specifically mentions the objectives of the fund, but I'd like to stress the existence of the fund and the possibilities that it creates for us to work on this initiative. Likewise, and going to the sub-region, we believe it is important to collaborate and articulate with other subregions. The ministers and authorities must collaborate. And we, especially in Mercosur, we understand how valuable it is to share experiences with the SEDEMA, with CAPRADE, with CEPREDENAC. There is a lot that we can learn, that we can exchange, and it is part of the objectives that were mentioned. And it is through these initiatives that we have been working. Remagir is also working on a series of initiatives, and I will conclude with this so that the moderator knows. I know, I'm almost finishing. I'd just like to say, to conclude, that we continue to promote actions from the state and from Mercosur, and we are working on different themes coordinated by these countries. One of these has to do with elaborating, and it's almost done, a guide to an international response guide for disasters together with Mercosur. And we say that this is important because it is of the utmost importance that these agreements somehow materialize and allow us to implement them and to react when the time comes in the most effective and efficient manner. But also an initiative that was presented by Brazil that has to do with creating a technical commission of hydrometeorological services in order to have constant or ongoing exchanges and learning from each other. To conclude, as my time is almost up, I simply wanted to emphasize the need to continue promoting actions from the state, from non-state public sectors, private sectors, as well as from regional and international organizations, in which efficiency and effectiveness are necessary. The measurement of these actions are necessary because they are scarce. They should as well be complementary to inclusion, equity, and a fair distribution of global resources for our region. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Alfredo. A continuación, Jessy Coto Morales, especialista de la
Thank you. We'll now be hearing from Jessy Coto Morales, specialist in the Directorate of International Economic Organizations of the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Investment of Cuba. Thank you to the participants, civil societies, banks, other agencies that are here today. Thank you, moderator, for offering us the floor, and to ECLAC for inviting us. For us, this meeting is extremely important. It is a priority for Cuba and for development. I'd like to begin. Thank you, Argentina, for this presentation. I'm sure it'll be the same for the rest of my colleagues. I'm sure it'll be extremely important to hear. If at any point we thought that the 2030 agenda was impacting us with the disasters, we're wrong. If we don't associate the 2030 agenda to all these disasters, we will be wrong. It's extremely important that we brought it to the space where the funds and agencies are present. They have a mandate together with all the countries. The agencies and funds accompany the countries in the implementation of an international agreement. Proof of this is COVID-19. It was a pandemic, a disaster that truly changed life for everyone. So any disaster situation is important to be taken into account because it changes our lives significantly, and especially the development of our countries. I liked your presentation where you mentioned that we always think about how to be resilient, how to react when we have disasters, how to be proactive and to act when faced with these situations, with emergencies. What matters most is preparation and education. This doesn't mean that other things aren't important, but at this point, it is more urgent to be prepared and to prevent disaster situations. We spoke about what the countries have to offer in terms of South-South and triangular cooperation. And I think we can say that all countries have a lot to offer, and the countries of the South have a lot to offer in terms of knowledge, technology, science, information. We need triangular cooperation, that is true. But South-South cooperation cannot be seen as independent from the North-South cooperation because it would be an illusion to think in that way. Cuba has many experiences, and the space helps exchange ideas on what we do and how this can be replicated and create expectations, these scenarios, to continue to strengthen ourselves and to meet not only the SDGs, but also the commitments that we have created between ourselves. Someone said recently that Cuba has done a lot in terms of South-South cooperation, but it does not, sometimes it does not have in writing many of the things it has done. Our answer was, it's true. Sometimes it is not all documented as we would like it to be. However, we believe that the best way to make this visible is not always by writing, but by doing. And for us, this has been a very important premise based on our solidarity and our commitment to the world. So I wanted to share with you who we have worked the most and what countries we have experiences with.
I've had to change my presentation a bit based on what I've heard here and shorten it to be more specific. As you know, Cuba is placed in the western part of the Caribbean. And so the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in general, we have many connections in terms of disasters, especially because precisely we are exposed to several of these. Specifically, I would like to mention that the countries of the region, we share these connections painfully, because it's always in the case of a disaster. How can we help each other and how can we move ahead? With the Caribbean, we have the heavy burden of natural disasters that greatly affect our development. And Cuba, very directly, is affected, as well as other countries of the Caribbean and who are present here. It has to do with tropical storms, hurricanes, and as of the beginning of June and through November, We're going through a cyclone season, and this is something that we must take into account. But we must always be alert to move ahead. As I said last year, for example, just to mention something, Cuba was very much affected by a hurricane, and that not only were we affected, but also other countries in the region. The main damage were in sectors such as water, housing, education, just to mention some. And if we think that this does not affect development, well, we would definitely be wrong, without a doubt. This does affect implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the goals that we're pursuing. Also, other matters that Cuba has, including, for example, the blockade that has a major impact on our country and is very negative. And implementation is the main barrier to compliance. And following with what I was saying, how can we, or what can we do and how in our country to try and meet that comprehensiveness, that connection among all sectors and that live through these disasters? We have a system of civil defense that includes all levels of government and the civil society, all the way from the nation to community level, with plans and measures for preparation at all levels and sectors of society. And this is made known through various mass media to protect the population, their goods, and the means of economy, local and national. We've been supported and recognized as the UN. They're one of the first to help us in this case, this sort of situation, and they come forwards to help us to move ahead and try to be always more resilient in these situations. Although we are a small country, the civil defense system has allowed us to be integrated, and we have been able to protect people and avoid many deaths and very quickly recover the necessary economy. Now, regarding South-South cooperation specifically, Cuba has many examples to show, but more than examples, what we would like here is to know how this has been received by the countries that we have helped. For example, for the earthquake in Chile, which was one of the first medical cooperations given by our country in terms of South-South cooperation. And likewise, others that if, well, did not mention them here, we would be unsatisfied. You have 3 minutes left. The models, resources, and experience and solidarity cooperation is intrinsic to the Cuban foreign policy and specifically South-South triangular cooperation as a means for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. And in recent years, many experts in the region have taken part and have been supporting Caribbean countries. And I would like to mention just a few experiences in the implementation of centers for risk management and reduction with Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, Dominican Republic, and the British Virgin Islands, Guyana, and likewise the brigades, fire brigades. There was a center for capacity building to adapt to climate change, and where we worked together with Haiti, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, just to mention some, Barbados as well. And I thank you that Barbados mentioned Cuba as one of the countries with whom we have close ties, and essentially what has to do with education, and in the case of disaster risk. Cooperation in 21 and 22 was mainly focused on technology and knowledge transfer with the support by the EU and the UN system. And our country, faithful to the principles of international assistance based on solidarity and meeting SDG 17 and beyond as a key to implement South-South cooperation. And as such, we should mention that we are members of several mechanisms for agreement and that we work with various cooperation tools, such as the Iberian Association of Government Agencies for Civil Protection, the AC, and the International Organization for Civil Protection, and other mechanisms that we have. And also the UNDAC group in SADC, and also we're there for search and rescue in case of disaster. We could continue to carry out cooperation initiatives, but of course we need necessary funding for that for the countries of the South. And this support is very valuable and key to carry out many of these actions. It is possible to have knowledge and the wish and the intention to convey all this, but sometimes if we do not have the technical resources and the economic resources for these countries to receive them, all that knowledge that could have been used would have been lost. And preparation, prevention of disasters. It's not that they just happen and that sometimes we may have a way of avoiding them, but rather that the impact should be less in our countries, and we need to prepare. And to conclude, I would like to show you an image, which is the closure of our presentation, the end of our presentation, really. This picture of the monument. But before seeing this last point, a short comment. And this has been a key factor in addition to having an integrated system to reduce the risk of disasters in our country, that is having a legal framework. Having legal frameworks implies the possibility of actually managing the reduction of risk. And so our cooperation policy passed in 2020 in Cuba, there is a chapter on cooperation that is offered by Cuba and that Cuba receives based on what principles? Having these spaces. And so managing to reduce the risk of disasters is considered a priority in the country and is key for this to be actually done, implemented without a doubt, and that actually meets its purpose of reducing the risk of disaster. And so I end by saying that this monument is represents the system of civil defense and the ability of Cubans to respond to these natural disasters. But at this forum, this represents a higher point. This is not just an image that I wanted to bring for you to see how we Cubans are aligned in case of disaster and need. It has far more than that, far superior. Mainly, you must understand that this represents alliance among countries, everyone working united to strengthen our capacity to reduce the risk of disaster with concrete projects and goals, implementing the good practices and adapted to the characteristics of each nation, defending the principle of mutual respect and the capacities that each country has as the backbone of our system for reducing risk and being resilient. This can only be achieved by focusing on efforts on reducing the risks far before they occur. This is based on the premise of our national hero. In foreseeing, there lies the art of saving. And with that, I end. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la representante de Cuba.
I thank the representative of Cuba, and now we will move on to two presentations by the UN system. The first, Alvaro Mubrikin, regional representative of Latin America and the Caribbean of FAO. Thank you, moderator Luis Daniel, secretary of the ECLAC, colleagues and friends of the panel. It is a pleasure to share with you the presentation by governments and UN systems with regard to an issue as sensitive as the one that we are addressing today. I thank you for the invitation. First of all, by Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for this first and very relevant meeting, as you have said, of the Regional Conference for South Cooperation, Latin America and the Caribbean. This is yet another example of the deep levels of cooperation that presently exist between ECLAC and FAO. In Latin America and the Caribbean, South-South and triangular cooperation has been essential to facilitate the exchange of experience, knowledge, methodologies, innovation, and resources in different areas, and you know this well. For FAO, South-South cooperation and South-South triangular cooperation have been mechanisms that go back a long way, and this has allowed us to strengthen actions in favor of farming, development, rural development, reducing poverty and improving nourishment that are all, of course, connected. And having instruments and public policies and technical assistance, associative assistance, technology assistance in terms of school meals, sustainable development of the cotton chains, and we heard something about this yesterday, family, agriculture, and of course, the managing the risk of disasters, resilience, adaptation, climate change have been some of the themes that have been furthered in the region through these mechanisms. And global data indicate that 1 of 4 disasters in the world occur in Latin America and the Caribbean, and showing a very high exposure that we have and the fragility of the region in these phenomena. And this is no news to you. And according to our estimates, in the last 20 years, disasters related to climate have almost doubled. And the farming sector is highly sensitive to these changes, and that converge with other risk variables, agriculture, and the subsectors related to this absorb a major part of the impact of these disasters related to climate. 26% of all damage and losses caused by disasters of medium to large scale affect developing countries or of middle or low income. And these studies also show that when it's a matter of disasters due to drought, the figure rises to 82%. And you are living this, we are all living this today in our Latin America and the Caribbean. All the above directly affects the availability and the price of food, and the employment and other factors that guarantee sustainable development. And also added to this are other external crises, economic, geopolitical, and threats of a biological nature, such as avian flu and phytosanitary disease. And the impact of food security is undeniable. And according to the global report of the food crisis recently published in 2022, the number of people living in food insecurity, very sharp in Latin America and the Caribbean, exceeded the 17 million people, and Haiti, a particularly sensitive situation for all of us, exceeded 4.72 million. This situation, mainly linked to socioeconomic and shocks and disasters related to the climate, have led the regional population affected to adopt extreme measures, and such as selling animals and seeds and selling off their home and even begging in order to eat, because together with the macro figures, we must put a human face to the effects of this scenario that we're living through.
The idea, this is a complex scenario where countries have to act urgently and in a coordinated fashion, and it is possible to obtain advantages, exchanging experiences and advancing towards regional public goods in order to face common challenges based on the experience that you all have in your own countries. Within this context, the regional strategy for for disaster risk management in agriculture and in food security in Latin America and the Caribbean
underway between 2018 and 2030, which is a document that involved the technical assistance of the FAO and was approved within the framework of the Ministers of Agriculture, Family and Rural Development of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, is a fundamental instrument that we have to take into consideration in order to understand South-South cooperation within this sphere and in this phase. This strategy identifies a whole series of cooperation actions that are supplementary to national plans in order to reduce the risk of disasters in agri-food systems, providing guidelines about the actions that are necessary in order to advance towards sustainable transformation of agri-food systems. It is essential to collaborate in order to guarantee more complete assessments, and this is something that was discussed by previous panelists, of vulnerabilities included in structural vulnerability, which are more institutional or strategic political and play an important role in order to create an adequate environment for the governance of risks and in order to improve operational capabilities. We must have a regional agenda in place to quantify impacts, including the impact of disasters linked to climate change and its effects on ecosystems through standardized methodologies in order to reveal the problem that will enable collaboration to seek solutions and investments, collaboration between different countries, agencies, and other stakeholders in that direction. And that is why we must articulate agendas and the institutional framework in terms of risk management, environment, climate change, water, soil, within ministries of agriculture and within environment ministries, and with other institutions and stakeholders that meet today to promote warning systems of comprehensive risks in order to anticipate and mitigate disaster risks is something possible through the exchange of experiences and South-South cooperation processes that include surveillance systems of droughts and technical working groups. Droughts, plagues, and so on have always existed, but over the past few years we have seen them with greater frequency and intensity. And faced with this reality, the need to adopt effective measures in order to mitigate the effects of these disasters upon agriculture is obviously fundamental. We face tremendous challenges that require a combination of approaches involving research to education and the implementation of policies, and we must operate in a preventive, collaborative, and immediate fashion. Natural disasters don't respect borders, and they are beyond our control. And without an adequate preparation, we could face a devastating impact upon crops and production, and therefore upon food security. And this is linked with all the reflections that we have made in these days. So let us acknowledge in agri-food systems not only the basis for the supply of food, but as one of the main sources of the well-being and employment of millions of people. As from the FAO, we call upon the promotion of new and even innovating programs and investments in order to achieve societies that are more resistant, more resilient, and better poised to face up to present and future challenges, and that for the common good of all of us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mario.
Thank you, Mario. Now, Saskia Carusi, External Affairs Officer at the Regional Office for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Thank you. I would like to thank ECLAC for today's invitation to this very important conference. I would like to greet Argentina, acting as chair, our co-panelists, and all the delegations present here. The Office for the Disaster Risk Reduction congratulates the fact that risk reduction is such a key aspect in this conference on cooperation, and we have seen this in different presentations both yesterday and today, the importance that this has and the importance it has linking this with sustainable development, as mentioned by my previous co-panelists. And that is something that is very satisfying for us because it places this issue at the very center of our discussions. I would like to clarify that disasters are not natural. We know for many years we don't use this, and in fact our region was a pioneer in that sense, because disasters imply that there are losses, loss of life, loss of goods, economic losses. What is natural is the risk, the danger, or the phenomenon that, of course, is of natural origin. But to imply that disasters are natural takes our responsibility away, because disasters are the result of social constructs, political, economic decisions taken at a national or local level, and even at a family and personal level. And therefore, we must recommend that in the document that emerges from this conference, we should avoid using the term natural disasters, because it takes our own responsibility away from those risks. Yes, in yesterday's opening words, and we have heard how these disasters are impacting the region, and I would simply like to add that the region of the Americas and the Caribbean is the region that absorbs most of the economic losses as a result of disasters at a global level, and therefore that has an even higher impact upon sustainable development efforts and small island developing states. With Irma, for example, that represents a loss of a very, very high percentage of the GDP, and therefore this attaches an even greater importance to this. The Sendai framework, which forms part of the 2030 agenda, as adequately mentioned by panelists, has the EFCO that seeks to increase international cooperation, not only financial transfers, but also technological transfer and the strengthening of capacities. And the regional action plan adopted during the 8th session of the regional platform held in Punta del Este this year under the leadership of Uruguay, and the Punta del Este declaration acknowledge cooperation as a key tool in order to reduce the risk of disasters. Within the framework of Sendai is approaching its conclusion. In fact, a few weeks ago, we held the high-level meeting in the General Assembly in the United Nations to review that, and its report acknowledges that the region of the Americas and the Caribbean has made important progress at a regional level in terms of the reduction of risks of disasters. So there are efforts undertaken by governments or by government entities in the Caribbean, in the Americas, and also in other sub-regions where there are mutual response mechanisms and collaboration mechanisms in place. There are networks of the private sector that have also worked on cooperation actions, and the assistance to disasters initiatives for the civil society and the multilateral cooperation initiatives in Mesoamerica, and other initiatives presented during this conference. So there are also experiences of the transfer of risk, such as risk, for example, which began in the Caribbean and which has been now expanded to Central America. These cooperation mechanisms focus on a response and less on a disaster risk reduction, as I'll mention later on. And there are few experiences of links between initiatives that involve cooperation for sustainable development linked to the reduction of risk and humanitarian action. We are still working in a separate manner. There are certain difficulties in recording letter F of the Sendai framework. Is the most difficult one to report, especially when it comes to transfer actions in terms of technology and capabilities. In 2021, at a global level, only 21 countries reported that they received official aid for development and for risk reduction. However, since 2018, there is a marker by the OECD for projects that seek to reduce the risk of disasters. And this is helping us to record those cooperation actions. We can also see in the ASEHIP report that 5.8% of triangular cooperation is in terms of risk management, 7.7% in terms of South-South cooperation has to do with risk management, and in the SICA region, the risk reduction involves 36%. But this data involves a response and also the reduction of the risk of disasters. And there we have a low percentage in terms of what is devoted by cooperation to the reduction of disaster risks. We can see in a study produced by our office between 10 and 2019, 5.2% of cooperation is devoted to a reduction of disaster risk, 4% to reconstruction, and 90.8% to response. Now, this is this invites us to increase in the investment of cooperation in risk reduction. Middle-income countries, as has been mentioned in this forum, also face challenges in terms of gaining access to cooperation. In fact, the Sendai framework recognizes middle-income countries with specific vulnerabilities as countries that have to be a priority when it comes to disaster risk reduction. And we need foreseeable cooperation that is multi-annual and that also has a link between the development and disaster risk reduction and humanitarian action. Finally, it's important, as has been mentioned, to meet the commitments of cooperation of 0.7% to gear cooperation in order to deal with multidimensional vulnerabilities, as has been mentioned by many interventions of delegations, to increase disaster risk reduction and not only cooperation with a response, because as mentioned, this involves an investment. The cost-benefit relationship is evident at a general level. We could even say that for $1 invested in prevention, we save $15 in terms of reconstruction and response. And therefore, that is something that has to be considered as an investment, and we must view it in that manner. This must also be coherent with climate change funds. There are more funds available for climate change than for the comprehensive risk management, but sometimes they are not complementary, and therefore they create a redundant efforts, and therefore we must work in that coherence. To invest in disaster risk reduction not only saves lives, it also saves economic goods and protects the efforts and progress achieved in terms of the sustainable development of countries. And finally, I would also like to mention that the General Secretary of the United Nations launched in the last COP the Early Warning Initiative for All, led by UN Ligadar and the International Meteorological Organization. And what is sought is to cover the whole world population in the next 5 years with early warning systems that may deal with multi-risks and that are inclusive. And there's other data which mentions that by investing $800 million in early warning systems, that we can prevent losses of between $3 to $16 billion. And that is where I conclude my intervention, reminding you of the importance of measuring the cooperation for disaster risks. Thank you very much.
A continuación,
Thank you very much. Now, Dafna Núñez, who is in charge of the Interinstitutional Management Department of the National Service for the Prevention and Response to Disasters of Chile. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation to participate in this panel on behalf of our director, Mr. Álvaro Ormazábal, who regrettably, because of last-minute agenda commitments, has not been able to be present. And therefore, I will represent him on this occasion. First of all, we want to say in general terms or express the Chile's vision with regards to international cooperation when it comes to the management of disaster risks. As was mentioned beforehand by our colleague from Cuba, what is very important is for us to have these perspectives and these tools for collaboration established within our legal frameworks. And that for us has involved a long history in order to achieve that. And also mention with regards to our national policy for the reduction of risk and disasters and the strategic plan of this policy, where, first of all, this instrument responds to the commitments entered into by Chile in terms of the management of risk disasters.
It is an instrument that is aligned with the Sendai framework, and it is made up by different axes and objectives And in access number 2, which is strengthening the governance of disaster risk reduction, it is also expressed the importance of working within the area of international cooperation as donor and recipient country. This has been close work we've had with our foreign ministry. And also, we have created working tables and in order to provide permanence and continuity in time for this. The objective of this policy is establishing the guidelines to strengthen the disaster risk reduction, that they be promoted and coordinated by the state of Chile, and that will strengthen a synergistic articulation among the different stakeholders of society and in sync with sustainable development and resilient nature of territories and communities inhabiting them. So, as to cooperation for development and humanitarian assistance, in general terms, I can say that in our area, the work we've done in SENAPREP and former ONEMI, as it was known until last year, but SENAPREP today, we've worked in trying to converge cooperation for development with disaster risk reduction. We've had some efforts in our service, in our unit, to participate in some of these international instances like OAS or UNASUR, and these have been somewhat fragmented experiences, distant in time. However, some success stories we have had, like the work with SICA or with SIDEMA, where disaster risk reduction agendas have been undertaken. A key point is the work within the 2030 agenda, as mentioned by some previous speakers. This indeed is our framework to establish all the working guidelines linked to sustainable development, and our activities are there included. Activities regarding other agendas like adaptation to climate change, the new urban agenda, and disaster risk reduction in the Sendai framework. Another important point as to cooperation and opportunities that we have identified is regarding the confluence or the agreement of these agendas since 2015. We have an integration already, and for our country, this has been quite beneficial to have this under one common guideline, allowing us to integrate it within our own national instruments. On the other hand, the strengthening of an open regionalism to face the gaps and capacities and seeking financing, which is also an important area. And indeed, for all countries here present, especially thinking about investment that Saskia mentioned, it's really key to consider this in our planning systems. Experiences for cooperation in disaster risk reduction. Our service or our agency is under the articulation of multi-tier networks to address this work through clusters and avoid redundancies. At the end of my presentation, I would like to give you a list in order to put into context all these clusters and articulations or linkages that have been generated with international agencies as well as with the different countries where bilateral or multilateral relations have been established insofar as disaster risk reduction. And the idea of developing an international, national, and subnational interface, that this will permeate down to communities and to local territories, not to stay at national guideline level or in a centralistic fashion. No, it's key that this will reach out to the communities at subnational level. And we have a law 21,364 that refers to it. Also capacity building, how cooperation allows us to move forward in that line, strengthening these local and subnational capacities, progress in technology serving persons, and also data for public policies in disaster risk reduction. I would like to refer now to an experience we've recently had, and at the same time take the opportunity to thank the technical cooperation we've received from ECLAC. It is a work quantifying damages and losses in the heritage, where the methodology of ECLAC has been applied in order to advance in this area. This is quantifying damages and losses. It is a study, and we as a country do have an important gap there. In fact, this is the first sector where we were working on this. We had previous experiences through the Ministry of Agriculture and through cooperation conducted by FAO. They were able to work a methodology on this. This is something that's important to point out, and that will allow us to move forward in disaster risk reduction agenda. Another point, and already now to conclude with these 4 points, these are the challenges we've identified. And we've seen currently, number one, financing. This is a challenge. We believe it's a joint one, affecting all the countries of the region, particularly those of intermediate economies, or where there is a gap in some international cooperation aspects. It's important to identify mechanisms and strengthen that. The capacity to overcome these gaps through partnerships, alliances, and cooperation projects in management, as well as exchange of experiences. And also through the work we've done with the Foreign Ministry in order to leverage these cooperation environments. On the other hand, local capacities in Chile, given Law 21,364, we have been able to recently move towards reaching the goals with local strategies for disaster risk reduction. We have these DRRs, the strategies in 200 districts, which is a high number for us. However, there is an important gap as well. And well, the law so says it that from here to August 7th of this year, we need to include 100% of all districts that don't have local disaster risk reduction strategies. And with that, we are moved to achieve goal D and D, with all these instruments, as well as including guidelines that will address the gaps we have in the Sendai framework as to reduction of human lives, reduction of the impacts on these persons, the impact and affecting basic utilities and infrastructure. How local instruments can include all this to strengthen these lines and that are also in sync with technical cooperation mechanisms provided by different international mechanisms, agencies, and different countries with whom we sign these partnerships. And then the last point is early warning and technology that was mentioned as well. It has to be set forth how to the occurrence of different extreme events as a result of climate change. This also needs to progress in early warning, meteorological early warning for all, including the whole population. And the last point is, of course, leave no one behind. How in this horizontal integration, you can incorporate different lines in agreement with the needs identified in the population through these different methodologies and through well, as you know, disasters have different effects in the population depending on gender, age, ethnic, and migration condition. All this calls for concrete development considering all these variables so that all of our capacities, guidelines, management may reach out to everyone in a concrete and real manner. And here I give you a list of experiences we've had with some countries, with international agencies. I won't mention them all, but likewise, we wanted to include it in the presentation to be shared. There are very many experiences that it's difficult to go into each one in such a short time. All the work that is done nationally, I mean, it would be impossible if we didn't have those experiences of cooperation with the different countries. And it is thanks to these alliances and international cooperation strategies. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chile. Now, Jose Soya Vasquez, General Coordinator of the Brazilian Agency of Cooperation, ABC. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. A brief presentation about the Brazilian view of humanitarian cooperation in the context of disaster risk reduction, international cooperation for development, and the experience of Brazil in that subject. Is it possible to have the 4 guiding questions on the screen? And that is how we have responded. We understand that this is not a new subject. 3 decades back, that subject was raised already and will continue not being a new subject since the creation. If we go to Resolution 46182 of December 19 of 1991, that is about international cooperation for development, we find in the text the concern of the UN General Assembly at that point, saying that it was, quote unquote, was profoundly concerned about the suffering of victims of disasters and emergency situations, losses of human lives, currents of refugees, displacement of persons, and destructions of material goods. And there, a series of guiding principles that had to be the guide of international action.
Item 9 said there is a clear relationship between emergency rehabilitation and development in order to achieve an uninterrupted transition to rehabilitation and development. The emergency assistance should be provided in a way that it would support the recovery and development in the long run. This way, emergency measures should consider a step towards long-term development. These are ideas from the 90s, but they are still current, but they were not fully implemented to be applied in this reality. However, this resolution continues to talk about preparation, capacity of reaction and response, and the development. It is a resolution that concludes by saying that after the initial assistance stage, rehabilitation should be used as an opportunity to restructure and improve the destroyed facilities and services interrupted by the emergency situation in order to allow them to resist the effects of future emergency situations. We are still living with this reality, and we are once again talking about this. So for us, comprehensive solution should complete a cycle, and the cycle should include resilience, because resilience is the most important part or component to resist a disaster that we could experience. It is true for all of our countries, or almost all of our countries. In Brazil, we don't have earthquakes, tremors, but we have other kinds of disasters, and that happens to all of us. So it is clear that we need to create resilience. We need to be prepared. We need to respond quickly and offer humanitarian aid that is essential to victims. A quick rehabilitation or restoration of services, post-disaster recovery, creating more resilience to a higher level than it had before the disaster. In Brazil, we do what is called that we dry ice, or try to dry up ice. That's all we do. We are always involved in similar situations, and the same happens in terms of preparation. When the cycle is interrupted, we find ourselves in the same situation with a response that is not comprehensive. The system cannot exclude stages of this disaster cycle. Disasters come and go. Climate, geological, pandemics, epidemics. So these can be either foreseeable or unforeseeable and unpredictable. They need to be part of this cycle and part of international cooperation for development. We try, you can see all our documentation, older one, and what we're working on today. We talk about South-South cooperation, lateral, bilateral, multilateral, circular cooperation, but we also should call this by its name. This is a humanitarian cooperation. It is reflected in projects to create resilience, to strengthen and create capabilities, to offer a quicker response with this humanitarian assistance in the restoration and recovery phases. This is still an ongoing challenge. The comprehensive solution and for international assistance and development. Our experiences. In the 70s, there was a very popular song in Brazil. Brazil is a tropical country, blessed by God and beautiful in its nature. But not that much. Its nature is beautiful, but it has a series of risks, disasters. Just for you to have an idea, from January to May this year, in 7,600 cities in Brazil, 1,700 underwent an emergency situation. Only up to May this year, droughts and floods. These are 30% of the districts in Brazil.
And this also reflected the need to the government to transfer money to the states and municipalities, more than $120 million in just that period to respond to these emergencies. So it is a country blessed by God, but does have all of these issues. And so that is why we need structures so that integral risk management may be dealt with within the political and social system. Here we and the Ministry for Integration and Development of Regions, we have the federal system for the civil protection and defense, with the three levels that we have in Brazil, federal, state, and municipal. And the coordination is done by the federal government, the first level within the federal system. All ministerial eyes and others and ministries that are involved in the response are coordinated by this federal system under the National Center for Disaster Risk Management of the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development. And within that system, therefore, if there is a reflection within the response given at state level and municipality level, horizontal cooperation as well as vertical. And so Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil is part of that system because we also within the system receive many offers for international cooperation. And so it's up to us to internalize them, these offers, and see what is the need that municipalities that are affected may have and at state level within their area of competence and how these offers may be put to good use. And so it is thanks to this participation we have been able to adapt that experience and also create recently international humanitarian cooperation provided by Brazil. First, we had better internal coordination and allowed within the federal system and through TIMATI, the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, this entire system that is not only to receive disaster help, but also to provide it to sister countries and often coming in the region. We within our agency coordinate the system. First of all, the federal coordination for humanitarian disaster help, which is where I am, and where the system is coordinated under the leadership of the agency. And also we have the Executive Secretariat of the Interministerial Working Group on Humanitarian Cooperation at international level, and where Brazil involves all ministries really, because disasters and responses are always very cross-cutting and affect various areas. And that is why the involvement in different areas. And so we have meetings of a collegiate body that backs and legitimizes what the working group does. And whenever is necessary, it is brought to the President of the Republic himself. And so, for example, Haiti in the region, in 1991, there was an earthquake and forest fires in Chile here. And this year, for example, last year, when we supported Ecuador with an aircraft from the Brazilian Air Force to transfer essential goods. And so all of these things have to do with the legitimacy of the government and indicating possible humanitarian assistance that can be done, sending goods and having missions to respond to the appeals that we receive. But this is also a locus, and we have also a discussion within the agency and working groups for international cooperation projects. And we need to build resilience, post-disaster work, and the idea is to reach a higher level after the disaster that affected a sister country and that we may be assisting. 2 minutes. But this is a system, and we, at a regional level, we work with INAGI, SEDEMA, CEPEDENAC, and also at international level, ERACAP, the World Food Program, and another agency, LOCHA. We have a system that works in this way in Brazil. Well, and at this meeting, we've heard the following, that the system needs to be reformulated. There must be interdependence, interconnection. Latin America is creative and makes proposals to the international community. We just heard now our colleague speak in the plenary. We need to be ambitious, as we've heard this since day one. And all of this is true for humanitarian cooperation, because this has to do with creating partnerships, alliances, domestic as well as international, and that this needs financing to build the capacities and prepare for an efficient and effective response to disasters when they happen, rapid recovery and post-disaster rehabilitation. It is a cycle that closes in itself and that should close at a level higher than prior to the impact. So we need to address this integrally. And so we in our commission will have a real impact on the life of citizens in our countries. Thank you. I thank the representative of Brazil. Very interesting. Omar Bello, the Economic Affairs Officer with the Office of the Secretary of the Commission of ACLAC, will close. Thank you. I had a presentation, but let's see. Well, right. The first thing I would like to say is things that have been said earlier. Disasters, this is a very good example of South-South cooperation. And a very concrete example in that South-South cooperation does move ahead. And above all, the institutionalization, the mainstreaming of this cooperation. If we think of our region, the first agency formed is CEPRENAC of 1987. And I highlight this. CEPRENAC was even before SICA. That is, CEPRENAC was before the Central American integration system. And so the disasters had already got countries to unite. So after CEPRENAC in the Caribbean, we had Severa, and that then gave rise to CEDIMA, and that was in 1991. And then the last one was the Andean Compact, CAPRADE, which is of 2002, if I remember correctly. And please note that this theme, somehow, the cooperation did occur without anyone actually fostering it, without having this forum. I would like to recall a president that was very good saying punchlines, and he said that the presidents went from summit to summit and that the people went from abyss to abyss. And so countries do not wait for the forums, and somehow the need brings them to this. And I would like to highlight that the two first, CEDIMA and CEPRENAC, somehow came together because there is a type of threat of disaster that is common to them. So one same threat, one same hurricane could create a disaster in each one of these countries. And so somehow this brought the countries together. This South-South cooperation is so institutionalized in the region that we even have specific networks for education, health, transport, infrastructure that could operate outside CEPRENAC or CEDIMA. I've taken part in several of these, and they are networks that go back a long time. What I'm saying is that this is something that where we have concrete examples of South-South cooperation, and as Jesse was saying, this is something that facilitates North-South cooperation and also facilitates cooperation with different institutions. We have that institutionalized in the region. And so in terms of what Sakya was saying, I would like to say the word cooperation in general is there, not just South-South cooperation, But in the case of disasters, this has been somehow multiple players. And as I have said,
if we see the disaster cycle, as Saskia was saying, we've had progress from the 80s in the seeing to the emergency. The first thing was the response to that emergency. And this is very important. We didn't know how to finance emergency. And this is a question that could be answered. And here I want to say something that Saskia also referred to, and that is CRIF. And I wanted to speak about CRIF somewhat in detail, because for me, one of the subjects that has generated South-South cooperation, or began as South-South cooperation, is something that CARICOM asked for, and in some way the international community so made it up. It is a great example. It was something constituted in 2007. If you remember, in 2004, the Iran hurricane, there were no resources for the emergency, and in some way, CARICOM asked for the international community to display efforts and try to solve this situation. CRIF is something that has worked very well. It is one of the mechanisms countries have. And what's most important is that the CRIF experience was transferred to another region. The first one was to Central America. And currently, they have policies with CRIF like Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Panama. This, in some way, is an important experience. And based on this is being transferred to the private sector. There are two public electric utilities that have the CRIF policies, but they can be purchased by any private company. South-South, CARICOM, and in some way, international community in general participated in this. That is why I wanted to go into details. This is how South-South cooperation can be imitated by other regions. Risk capacity limited insurance of the African Union, and we have transferred the insurances of CRIF were for hurricanes and rainfall and earthquakes, and this of the African Union is an insurance that is based on drought. And this, with the international cooperation, there you find who placed the seed capital for that. Japan placed an important capital. Japan cooperation put an important part of that seed capital. And in the case of this agricultural insurance, the foreign affairs offices of UK, Germany through BMZ also participated in that seed capital. This has been extended, and they have a IRC replica. And if you buy an insurance policy, you have a UN agency and an international cooperation agency buying the same policy. If the catastrophe occurs, then the country receives twice as much because donors bought another one, helping out. I want to highlight the case that in 2019 in Senegal, there was drought, and PMA had bought another one, and the country received funds for that. So what I would like to touch on this, I'm someone perhaps of very concrete thinking, but in some way, South-South cooperation, CARICOM, SEDIMA, raised this as international cooperation, and international financial agencies took this into account for what they were doing. And my last 2 points, experience of ECLAC in terms of cooperation with countries, but also with international agencies. As Nahuel said, in all that is being talked in South-South, I think international financial agencies must be there. Saskis referred to the fact that as to disaster risk reduction, in fact, or in cooperation terms, we don't have major examples to point out. In the case of international financial agencies, I have very good examples to raise as to what is disaster risk reduction, the work of CAF in the Andean countries, the financing of highways. All of them were resilient roads, and what the IDB has done. The example, once again, and I go to what is concrete. Luis mentioned at the introduction of this section that we had 2,555 disasters in the region. If you go to the disaster database that compiled this number, we only found that 57%, or for 57%, there's no damage data. One of the things to discuss, and referring to something that has been mentioned throughout the day, or yesterday it was said, what's not measured, it's not improved. My advisor of the PhD said that which is not measured does not exist. So really, we are losing, or we are not measuring things of disasters, and we are leaving out many things. And I bring examples. Here in the audience is Florencia Trumojirca. At that point, she was the representative of Bahamas to IDB. The Joaquin hurricane occurred, Florencia calls us, it was a small one. And I say, look, this is a small. No, I want this to be measured. And in fact, what we don't measure in the region are the small disasters or hurricanes. It's the same rule. You are from home. So, well, so I tell the story, and mainly in her case, she traveled and saw the situation and of disaster that had been caused by Joaquin hurricane, and thus we did this. We assessed, evaluated the Joaquin hurricane, Matthew, Irma, that was also small, and Doria, the large one of Bahamas, and here COVID and Dorian. And COVID was assessed not with the first wave, but in our case of ECLAC, we said COVID is evaluated once ended. Never do you assess a flood when it is midway. And so the results of the COVID that did not cause infrastructure destruction cost 2.7 times what the most catastrophic hurricane of Bahama caused. So that gives you an idea of what we have there. I want to mention one example, and virtuous example that has to do with the national disaster teams. Part of these hurricanes are not evaluated, or rather of these disasters, he corrects himself, because there are no hurricane teams. ECLAC has allocated important resources to the national disaster teams. We have one in Argentina in the Security Ministry, Federal Articulation Secretariat, Silvio La Rufa. We've had quite a bit of cooperation, and the team of Guatemala was set up, and we continue working with Guatemala, and we'll work with Honduras in what is the main thing. Alfredo already mentioned that, the locality and of disasters, and CEPAL is having multi-sectoral lines or a model at municipal levels, taking as an example pilot districts in Paberizo and Ensenada in Argentina and Guatemala. We are doing it for the district of Puerto Barrios and Movales in Izabal, and for Villanueva in Guatemala. In Chile, we are doing it not at municipal level, but rather at national one in the heritage sector, as Daphne said.
a construir.
And in the second semester, we'll help to build a baseline for the environment sector. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Omar. De este modo vamos a cerrar.
Well, thus we will conclude this panel discussion. At 1 p.m., we have a parallel event, Sembrando Vidas and Building the Future of the Caribbean. We, as Secretariat, believe that realized that this conference should have lasted 2.5 or 3 days. So we will now be holding a parallel event hosted by Mexico. Thank you.
Me falta estoy pagando, ¿no? Empezamos, ¿no? Bueno, invitamos a las delegaciones.
We'd like to invite all delegations to take their seats in order to begin with panel 5, which is on cooperation of the third summit of heads of state and government of the Community of Latin American Caribbean States, CELAC, and the European Union. I have the pleasure of offering the floor to Enrique O'Farrell. He will be this panel's moderator. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hacia la tercera cumbre de jefes de Estado y de Gobierno de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos.
Well, the CELAC and the European Union will be meeting in Brussels, July 17th and 18th. And this third summit, CELAC EU, is important to strengthen our strategic partnerships, especially in these times of multiple crises where the 2030 agenda and the SDGs are even more important because time is running short, and we will be talking about productivity, institutionality, social vulnerability, including gender gaps and the environment, among others, which have significantly increased, affecting more than one country and undermining the progress achieved in the past decade, putting the SDGs in danger and condemning our inhabitants to a lost decade. This multidimensional nature of development have shown the need to delve into international cooperation or to deepen international cooperation to supplement these national policies. And I would like to confirm this need for the triple transition: social, digital, and green. Including the beginning of a virtuous circle based on a renewed international cooperation contract for development, where no one will be left behind and where all of us must participate. In this context, we would like to welcome the perspective of the European Union way. Now then, it is imperative that we guarantee that this agenda have the greatest impact possible in terms of the reduction of inequality, gender equality, and sustainability, considering the vulnerabilities that persist in our region, which have been exacerbated by different crises. Now I'll leave my notes aside. That was my cheat sheet. I would like to mention a few of my concerns and also ask a couple of questions that we'll be talking about during this panel. One of them is about the fact that when we proposed the Argentinian chair and ECLAC to hold this session, we did it from the perspective of having space with the region, with the countries, with the region's countries to talk about the future summits, CELAC EU. And this will be happening in a couple of months. And there have not been any opportunities for conversation and analysis in our region regarding what we think of this cooperation with the European Union. Therefore, this panel is good news, but we're still missing something there. Another concern is that the main emphasis of this global gateway and the proposal that our countries will be receiving from the European Union is focused on or focuses on investment. And these are, of course, well received. They're important to us, but I'm surprised that most of these international cooperation efforts, cooperation for development, as is the case of the IMPA at the European Union, is focused on investments. That's not international cooperation. And we have significant gaps that we need to address in our region, as we have heard. So that is something I leave with you. And another concern, I hope not, and I hope to be wrong, is that we may have a setback in terms of what we have attained in our cooperation with the European Union. What do I mean by this? They've been one of the main partners in launching or in this focus on this transition to development. And I believe that or development transition is confused or mistaken for eligibility. And here we have all our countries thinking that that's what it is. So mission accomplished and that's it, but it is not so. Development and transition is an approach that seeks to apply tools, instruments, forms of innovative cooperation to adapt them to the specificities and gaps of each country. So it is not a finished race. And finally, because I don't want to speak too much here, is that with the exception of Germany and Spain, the European Union countries are not very much interested in a triangular cooperation. So as a region, we need to work on this, and Spain will be helping us very much, but we need to work on this and convince them, because they're not interested, and that's why they're not involved, except for the two countries I mentioned. So there is a program that was online for 12 hours, but had a very short reach. So that capsule is not enough in a region that would like to have greater triangular cooperation. So I want to leave these topics with you, and I'd like to now offer the floor to our speakers. I'd like to begin by ECLAC's Executive Secretary. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to see you all again at this interesting and important conference. And this third summit, which is no doubt extremely important and strategic for both regions, both for Europe as well as for Latin America, because the first summit was in 2015, 8 years ago, and at the speed that the world is changing today, that is a lot of time. Let's simply think that 2015 was 1 year after the commodities world ended, and Latin America was still under the effects of this high growth induced by the commodities boom. It was difficult at the time to imagine, almost impossible to imagine, that it was the second year of what this lost decade would be, even more lost than the decade of the 80s. So from 2014 until now, we will only grow by 0.8%. That's what we saw in 2015. And second, because there were already signs of a new resurgence of China, which had not declared its rivalry with the types of policies that we only saw once Mr. Trump arrived and took office in the United States in 2016. Third, because we've quickly moved from a world that was celebrating interdependence brought about by globalization and by this commercial specialization and proliferation of supply chains. It's what we have been celebrating with this new globalized world, to a very different world, today's world, which is reticent of this interdependence and sees certain countries as technological rivals and also perhaps geopolitical rivals. So we've moved on to a new world order where countries are concerned about their energy security, food security, health security, and of course, industrial and productive security in some technological products or strategic services such as semiconductors, the internet, and artificial intelligence. Fourth, the combination of this concern for security and this industrial and technological competition, which has given way to a new era of hard industrial policies based on strong incentives and subsidies. There's no doubt that these policies will accelerate the energy transition, electromobility, and other trends that can be considered environmentally positive. But like many things in life, the reality is also that by encouraging reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, and this concept of strategic autonomy, the possibility of a greater fragmentation also increases in the world economy, which some analysts are calling policy-induced fragmentation. All this is giving way to a new geographic configuration of production with a tendency to this relocation with potential costs for some and benefits for others. And fifth, the global economy has drastically changed from a structural perspective, and we have hard data that prove this. The participation of the United States in the world production dropped from 20% in 1991 to 16% in 2021, while China's increased by 3.8% to 18.6, almost 19 in the same period. China has surpassed the United States with the total GDP and has become the main commercial partner for many countries in the world, where 12.6 of the world's exports and the United States represents only 9% in 2021. The BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, have also surpassed the G7 countries' production total. In 2021, the BRICS had a combined GDP of $46 billion compared to 45 billion of the G7. And in terms of the combined population, BRICS, with a population of 3.2 billion people in 2021, make up 4.2 times the combined population of the G7 countries, which is 770 million. In sum, this new geoeconomic and geopolitical context that I've summarized into 5 main points summons the countries and regions to analyze and understand or find meaning for these trends and redefine these partnerships, both political as well as of integration and economic growth. In this sense, the political, economic, and cultural relationship between the European Union and the Latin American and Caribbean countries have very unique characteristics. And that is why I began with this description of the world. Because from the point of view of Latin America and the Caribbean, it's not only that the European Union is the second or third commercial partner of all countries, or the first, second, or third source of direct transfer flows or investment flows, as well as technological transfers or digital transformation stimulus. All this and more is true in the economic sense, but there are also many common views between the countries of the EU and the Latin American Caribbean region on the type of development model that they aspire to, a sustainable model that is inclusive and productive, a model with a welfare state characterized by universal social policies, or at least a high level of solidarity and social cohesion, a model with social pacts and with everything that has been achieved by democratic governance, a model that will reduce inequalities and promote social and productive inclusion. But it is not by chance that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the European countries and Latin America and Caribbean countries have so much in common. This does not happen between the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean and other commercial partners or other geopolitical powers. And this is what brings a unique relationship with the EU. And seen from the European perspective, it also gives the EU and their relationship with Latin America a special touch with speaking of, without speaking of the historical relationships between both regions. This is why ECLAC, and beyond all political dialogue that is a little dense and significant these days, we've insisted that in terms of economic integration and partnerships for growth, it's of the utmost importance that the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean work together to take advantage of the opportunities for growth and generating employment and sustainability, not only as their individual efforts to make their own growth more dynamic, but as areas of opportunity for investment and cooperation as a partner of the EU. This is where we have these communities of values and visions of development. So to illustrate this, we have a list of at least 13 areas of opportunity that include this whole reshuffling of the world and seeing how Latin America can take advantage of what is happening. Second, the energy transition that includes solar, wind, green hydrogen, lithium. All these are part of a transition where there's millions and millions of euros and dollars at stake, where countries have plans, electromobility, where there are huge needs in Latin America. 80% of urban areas and cities have a need for this, and it's starting to change, but we're in the beginning of a transition, the circular economy that is here to stay and is changing the paradigm of production. We're talking about circular cities, bioeconomics, sustainable agriculture, genetic resources, bio-industrialization, the pharmaceutical industry, and life sciences. This, after the pandemic, we've all learned so much about this in so many ways, the importance of health, of the pandemic, the quality healthcare systems, etc. The industry of medical devices, also related to the pharmaceutical industry, very important in Latin America. The export of modern services enabled by information technologies. And there are statistics that show us this de-globalization. If we look at this, there's less goods perhaps, but the statistics are not really talking about the services, and they are increasing at a rapid pace between countries, the countries in Latin America, with all these Latin American unicorns, which in the economy and the export of services made a lot of progress. Advanced manufacturing, extremely important, gender equality and the care society. It's not a productive sector as we would traditionally understand it, but it is one of the sectors that is going to be first in employment, because it's not only about the care network for children or women, but also of the elderly. As of 2030, country after country, we're going to begin to have a much higher percentage of elderly to take care of than children. And of course, caring for elderly people requires institutions and a cluster, a specific group dedicated to this specialty: sustainable water management, sustainable tourism, and the digital government.
In fact, there are far more if you see the sub-segments, but This list of opportunities and sectors is an illustration. Not all apply equally to all countries. Lithium is only relevant for the countries that have lithium. Other others that are very cross-cutting and apply more or less to a greater or lesser extent to all countries. But these are all areas of opportunity and all areas where policy recommendations for countries is that they need to wager in favor of these things. They need to have specific strategies for each area. And all of these are strategies for transformation and growth of moving towards a new reality. And so the thing is that there are opportunities, great opportunities for partnerships in talking about cooperation of financing, the exchange of knowledge with European countries. And these are pretty far ahead in many areas, and they've learned a lot all the way from care networks to energy transformation, not even to speak of the digital transformation. So in a context and where the developed countries are also implementing industrial policies with resources such as EU with the CHIPS Act or the Inflation Reduction Act or the EU with its Green Compact, there is this other dimension to connect up the countries of the region with these policies and investment, in particularly FDI, financing for cooperation, are all ways of achieving that coupling. And these efforts in terms of investment will have to be connected in turn with the productive development policies that are more ambitious and clear in our own countries. And also, all these areas are very well aligned with priority areas of the Global Gateway Investment Agenda of the EU, and with programs such as Euroclima that now began phase 2, Europe Clima Plus, which was recently launched, in addition to the Digital Alliance. That is why at ECLAC we have drafted a document that we are hoping to distribute at the EU-CELAC summit called Opportunities for Investment and Collaboration between LAC and the UE. And understanding that the theme of the alliance and the summit cannot be limited to investment, we fully agree, and we're sure that that will not be the case, of course, because the entire political and diplomatic agenda is there and so many other topics as well. But yes, we do believe that with this document, from the viewpoint of the alliance in its economic and growth dimension, does offer an outlook of opportunities that are very relevant in those areas. Listed in many of these areas is already a very strong economic relation between EU countries and Latin America, but this is with an eye on the future and thinking of the next 20 years, and surely there will be years when there will be a lot of movement and that LAC needs to speed up its pace. There are many opportunities for collaboration and win-win situations. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. And now I would like to recognize Santiago Galar, who is the Regional Director of the Argentine Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, White Helmets of Argentina. Thank you, Enrique. And well, hello, everyone, once again, it is a pleasure to once again have the floor and the responsibility of having it in this very important panel that when we're organizing the conversations for the conference. And we had no doubt in including it because we knew that there would be, it's a matter of concern. And we're here talking, having coffee outside is something that is also in the air. And so, at this point of the conference, reaching the end and how it has unfolded so far, I believe that we all agree in that there have been ideas, reflections, lines of action that will surely nourish the actions by the presiding officers and each one of us as a delegation representatives of our country. And I will try and be brief and share some specific considerations with regard to international cooperation or by regional, and also this much welcome third summit of the heads of state and government of the Latin American and Caribbean states and the EU, and the region of and the relevance of regional conversations. And we agree and recognize it as difficult and complex, in fact, This is well elaborated on in the ECLAC document and the interventions by the executive secretary, and in almost all interventions it has appeared in all panels. And the context difficulties which add resource restrictions relevant to the countries of the region as another consideration regarding which there is consensus. And so it is necessary to be creative to use the existing resources, but also greater efforts, more than usual, in establishing bridges and understanding among our governments that will result in the benefit for our people. And bear in mind, said the other day by the Secretary of State of Spain, Pilar Cancela, we of course believe the Spanish presence in the EU is very auspicious for us, and we're hoping of major things. We understand that it would allow us to strengthen the European approach and the cooperate and build with Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And with regard to the new scheduling of international cooperation of the EU recently passed, we see that this entails an innovative approach to cooperation, promoting partnerships with the private sector, civil society, with the future of possible investments in strategic areas such as lithium. We agree that it is vital to establish bridges between the public and private spheres, as well as the civil society, as we've analyzed extensively during the panel this morning on multi-stakeholder cooperation. International cooperation must be understood as a game where all the players win. Argentina considers this innovative approach is welcome, but that it is necessary to pay attention to two matters that are extremely relevant to the cooperation receiving countries. At first, we believe that alliances and cooperation must be done in coordination with the national cooperation agencies or competent bodies. That is, we believe that it is essential for approaches and diagnosis of the international cooperation agencies are considered in the actions carried out in order to consider more realistic activities and in line with the interest for development of the receiving countries. Otherwise, we lose out in efficiency and volume of the impact for development. And this is something that was mentioned today when we're talking about multi-stakeholder cooperation. And second, as Costa Rica said in their intervention on leaving the presidency of the South-South Cooperation Committee, and also mentioned by Enrique, quite right, it is essential to understand that investment in resources channeled through the Global Gateway mechanism must supplement cooperation and not a replacement. And that, we believe, is key. Within this framework, we see as suspicious that the EU may have joined the concept of development and transition, and it's necessary, as Costa Rica said, to include this concept and translate it into cooperation. And many members are doing this, such as Spain, and this will result in not only greater financing for cooperation towards middle-income countries, but also deepen ties and strategic relations between the two regions. The inclusion of the concept of development and transition allows us to promote a new paradigm of development that is multidimensional and that seeks to explore indicators of well-being that are much broader and considering the specific needs of the so-called middle-income countries. And we all know this already, but I repeat it nevertheless, that although we have achieved levels of income that are higher, they still face challenges that are structural, such as inequality, issues related to social cohesion, pockets of poverty, and vulnerable middle classes, regional disparities, persisting disparities, among others. And also, we believe it is necessary to have a regional space for cooperation open to plurality and diversity of the Latin American and Caribbean region, and that considers and gives priority to issues related to the development of these countries and their agendas. And in this sense, there are interesting precedents such as Eurosocial that I believe that could be picked up on. And to end, we believe it is important to underscore the need to meet the Power Plus 40 mandate that calls on different international agencies, special agencies, funds, and programs of the UN system to increase their resources assigned to South-South cooperation projects. And for this, it is necessary for the more developed countries should increase their contributions to these agencies in order to channel lines of financing for cooperation for development, including middle-income countries. And in this way, basically, we share the concerns mentioned by Enrique, this of not confusing investment that are welcome, necessary, and international cooperation for development. And also matters related to the interpretation of the concept of development and transition, all welcome the inclusion, and I hope that the non-limitations and eligibility be considered, and also the need for more countries to guide their cooperation towards triangulation with the region. And so this shows the need for these matters that surely will be repeated and that we'll be talking about with colleagues in the corridors should also materialize in common positions, because we're not that far. And so you can count on Argentina for that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank you, Santiago. And now I would like to recognize Gary Bino, Ambassador of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Gracias, Enrique.
Thank you.
Also to express my appreciation being here among the eminent panelists. Also want to take the opportunity to thank the UN Office South-South Cooperation for the tremendous work they have been doing, as well as ICLAC for the work that you have been doing and all your effort with respect to building national capacities as we try to implement, thank you, the provisions as outlined in the BAPA Plus 40 document. Now, I wish to focus my comments on three elements: the progress of the partnership between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean in recent years, and how it can be improved; the persistent international inequalities that impede access to financing for the Latin American and Caribbean region, and how it should be addressed; and finally, the region's participation in global discussion forums and how it can be encouraged and achieved. The development part of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean is people-centered and creative. And I think we have all listened to this being iterated over the last 2 days. We have much to teach the world about respect for the environment, racial and ethnic harmony, and unstinted faith in the limitless potential of our populations. Our cooperation with third states and partners, including the European Union, has always been important and remains ever relevant. Our bi-regional partnership of 60 countries and 1 billion people is significant in the international landscape to address global and regional concerns. And we recognize the progress that we have experienced in areas such as trade, investment, political dialogue. For instance, this year, an EU CELAC digital alliance was launched with the aim of bridging the digital divide between both regions, and already some of our member states of CELAC have already signed on to this voluntary agreement. Undoubtedly,
Sin lugar a dudas, nuestra asociación se puede beneficiarse de diferentes mejoras, tal y como escuchamos decir por parte de nuestro secretario ejecutivo. Hemos realizado trabajos con la CELAC.
The upcoming summit in Brussels is therefore timely and should serve as a catalyst for both regions to renew our commitment to consolidate a practical, constructive, bi-regional agenda. The issue of reform of the international financial architecture, as encapsulated in proposals such as the Bridgetown Initiative, and my brother from Barbados referred to it this morning, and the SDG stimulus is crucial and one on which the EU's support and advocacy is needed. We ought to advance our discussions, cooperation, and take collective actions on issues. And in the interest of time, I don't want to list most of the issues because we have been hearing them over the last 2 days. But I think it is important to make mention of the need for expansion of multilateral lending for climate resilience, creation of fiscal space and liquidity to support vulnerable economies, access to financing for climate adaptation and mitigation with the focus on loss and damage, and the MVI issue, vulnerability issues and disaster mitigation and management, and of course, energy cooperation, especially in the transfer of technologies for clean, renewable energy, and of course, also food and nutritional security. Therefore, in advancing our bi-regional roadmap, it is also worthy to underscore that we must find a special space for Haiti and its people to accelerate the sustainable development of our sisterly nation. As I mentioned, Haiti, this brings me to my second point: persistent international inequalities that impede access to financing for our region. The persistent inequalities in the international financial system and the real challenges faced by smaller, more vulnerable economies to access financing that is affordable and sustainable, given some of the vulnerabilities I already referred to, can only be addressed if there is a serious commitment in the corridors of power of international finance to reform the international financial architecture. At a recently held FFD forum meeting, our esteemed Antonio Guterres offered some recommendations to this issue, which could provide a framework for addressing the challenging question of the inequalities which exist and which my country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, endorse fully. We are all aware that the achievement of the SDGs is becoming increasingly difficult. As the rich poor gap widens, pushing the world's poorest and most vulnerable economies deeper into the deep debt trap. The COVID-19 pandemic and attendant effects of distant wars, including that in Ukraine, have exacerbated the inequalities as countries struggle to meet onerous debt repayments. In our report document, ECLAC has indicated that the region of Latin America and Caribbean is facing degenerating investment and production conditions, and there is a slowdown in economic growth to the tune of 1.2%. As we redouble our efforts in pursuit of the SDGs, the vexing reality that we haven't been making too much reference to during these studies is the North-South relations and the importance of complying with our pledges. I take this opportunity, therefore, to also remind us all of the fundamental importance of countries honoring ODA pledges within the framework of development financing, which is 4 decades past due. Let us not forget that in order for us to meet the SDGs, ODA pledges must be honored also. Again, it is worthy repeating the call of the Nairobi Outcome Document, which highlighted that the ODA should never be conceived as South-South cooperation. Now more than ever, we need to promote a paradigm shift towards a multipolar world. We ought not to stand askance whilst actions contrary to international law and achievement of the SDGs remain in place. Yesterday, I listened, and we all listened to our Cuban brother briefly share Cuba's experience with South-South Triangular Cooperation. And this morning, our Cuban sister provided in-depth detail of Cuba's selflessness and solidarity while under an inhumane economic blockade that never had nor has a place in today's world. Equally, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela have demonstrated an unparalleled level of solidarity and South-South cooperation, especially with countries of the Caribbean, yet remain bedeviled by illegal unilateral sanctions. These punitive measures and the weaponizing of the banking system have had the effect of bringing to end the Petro-Caribbean Agreement, one of the most innovative measures that contributed significantly to South-South cooperation by Venezuela, a heavily sanctioned country. Accordingly, there must be serious advocacy and new strategies to ensure that the complete removal of these unilateral coercive measures against countries in our region, which only serve to exacerbate the suffering of the people of the region. My final point is our participation in global discussions. I conclude by echoing the call made by my finance minister a few weeks ago here in the same room, the Honorable Camilo Gonçalves, in which he stressed the need for CELAC to reposition itself as an active organization that addresses the challenges faced by the countries of the region. This, coupled with the need to create fiscal space for development in response to disasters, would help to accelerate the achievement of transformative development goals. Likewise, too often, our members of the region on the periphery and excluded from key decision-making processes in the international financial system. Critical forums where decisions that have enduring impact on our development need to be fully inclusive. For example, the United Nations, which is mandated by its charter to promote solutions to international economic issues and provide recommendations to the international community, and charter bodies such as the Economic and Social Council are usually sidelined, or I must say marginalized, in the process of establishing the framework for globalization, economics, and financial rules. And that's the reason why when my colleague from Barbados mentioned the Bridgeton Initiative, which again, I repeat, we in CELAC, we have embraced it totally, something that we are looking forward to have the full support of our European partners. Our diplomatic presence at these fora will provide us with opportunity to ensure that this region is at the forefront of the decision-making processes in the international system and provide greater impetus and avenue for the continued advocacy of the reform of the global financial architecture, which is necessary and it is past time. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now it's a pleasure to offer the floor to Mrs. Luisa Lopez da Silva, Deputy Director of the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ABC. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this meeting for the excellent debates and the way in which this has been organized, seeking the largest number of inputs that represent a tremendous wealth. I would like to begin by referring specifically to CELAC and to mention the tremendous satisfaction on the part of Brazil in terms of, again, being part of the work in groups and the situation in Brazil and the results of the last meeting on the 24th of January of this year that were incorporated in the Buenos Aires Declaration at the end of the 7th meeting.
O documento, que tem quase 30 páginas, ele nos dá o caminho para a condução da nossa agenda em várias áreas, mas aqui o nosso foco é de cooperação. A nossa agenda nos mais vários variantes da área de cooperação. Então, esse, segundo nós vemos, segundo o governo,
second Brazilian government is a beautiful map for our work, not only with the European Union, but with also others to have a very clear map. It is a very complete map. And when we reread these declarations, we see the care that is put into the elaboration. It covers, according to Brazil, all of our main needs for cooperation.
Esse documento ela é especificamente mencionada em diversas.
That is why in different parts it is implicit in a series of commitments, such as an umbrella, we have concerns with sustainable actions, the risk of natural disasters, degradation of biodiversity. We have commitments to promote actions tending to guarantee food security, energy transition, health strategy, environment, disaster recovery, the digital transformation, migration, and multidimensional causes of migration, the cooperation with diplomatic academies, among others. And this is our map or roadmap. And it's not possible to address this with each of the regional offices, and it will be divided into many fora, many meetings. Perhaps it will end up being done here by us. This is how we see it, because we have many possibilities internally with this wealth of ideas and effort we have here. The European Union, well, we can't really take the whole agenda to them in July. We have worked on the summit. It goes beyond the technical and humanitarian aid and aspects that have been mentioned here, but there's other specific items that we have the expectation to move forward with. One is inclusive digital transition, which from our perspective is one of the structural areas of this present moment. It is a tool to acquire diverse rights in our population. It opens possibilities, and we feel that this should be touched upon in one of the panels or one of the round tables that will be organized for this event. Now, regarding digital inclusion, it's one of the main priorities of Brazil. I'd like to mention that we are organizing a series of 4 cycles for debate with the countries of the region that are members of the La Referencia Network. We had a first seminar here in May. Recently in May, we'll have the second one in June, and the last one will be in person in the middle of the month. And we hope that this wealth of information is being shared by the member countries with the new sub-projects and ideas. It is a very important area and part of the structure from our perspective. That's not all. We hope that sustainable development will also be subject to advances together with the European Union, as it is essential to us. Now, in terms of the intra-CELAC affairs, I'd like to mention that in an internal preparatory phase of CELAC, Brazil made a suggestion for our work. The second Brazilian proposal, Brazil would seek to move forward with the activities that are part of the development of the member countries, including the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs, with the implementation of work plans by officials of these member states on the work group of international cooperation of CELAC. Fortunately, our proposal was partially accepted, and that is part of what is being proposed to CELAC in terms of the implementation of the 2030 agenda and its SDGs. So we feel that internally, in terms of agreeing on the goals, we made a lot of progress. And once we have these goals, our dialogue with other organizations will be much easier because we will know what our regional priorities are, not of each country, but of the region as a whole. I'd also like to mention a few specific points that we feel will be touched upon at the summit. One was mentioned by Santiago recently, which was the transition development, and we feel it is of the interest of middle-income countries that have been graduated according to the European Union criteria, which has had or has seen some restrictions in their financial resources distributed by Brussels. We've followed this debate closely, including some meetings with CAD, and on this point, Brazil has expressed to ECLAC and SEGIP, and in bilateral meetings with the European SEGIP partners, Portugal and Spain, that Brazil is unsatisfied with these unidimensional metrics used based on income, GDP per capita alone. These criteria have been used to measure the state of progress, while we know very well that it should be multidimensional. This is being recognized only with a statistic of GDP per capita. For Brazil, this conceptual inadequacy is part of the general criterion to measure middle-income countries or high-income countries, which are most of our countries, the countries in the region. So Brazil has submitted a technical document to the Executive Secretariat of ECLAC that should be circulated to member countries with a proposal to perfect that metric, to improve it in order to include other indicators which will better reflect the reality of the countries of our region. I'm going to stop here. These are some considerations of what we hope to move forward with in the summit, at the summit, and hopefully we will be able to succeed gradually, slowly, as we move forward with our internal objectives. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And now I would like to recognize Mr. Armstrong Alexis, Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Permit me to commence my contribution to this panel by expressing my compliments to ECLAC for the wonderful arrangements put in place for this conference. I also welcome the presidency of Madame Sabina Frederick of Argentina, who thus far has steered the conference towards positive outcomes that will no doubt contribute to propelling South-South cooperation in the Caribbean and Latin American region. I remain much obliged for the invitation to be a part of this inaugural session. As a representative of the Caribbean, I must draw attention to the differences faced by the English-speaking part of this diverse region. While there are many experiences and circumstances that unite us, there are some differences in our realities and natural endowments. The islands of the Caribbean, and in particular, the CARICOM member states and associate members, are defined by cultural, geographical, economies of scale factors that are not shared by the continental nation states of the LAC region. It is therefore obligatory that within the grouping of the Caribbean and Latin America, for the dichotomies that exist to be fully reflected and articulated in the development agenda of this region. At this juncture, it is necessary that cooperation between the CELAC and the European Union recognizes that development challenges of mainland continental nations differ from that of SIDS. Every opportunity must be exploited to ensure equal opportunities for all members of the LAC region. I therefore urge ECLAC and other hemispheric bodies to adopt a consistent and unflinching posture of inclusion. All states, including member states and associate members of CARICOM, possess the means to participate in, benefit from, and contribute to all matters pertinent to human and social, economic and environmental, investment and industrial development of this LAC region. It is therefore my proposal that for future meetings of this regional conference on South-South cooperation in the Caribbean and Latin America, we embrace as established practice the inclusion of the English-speaking Caribbean on all committees, subgroupings, and panels of this conference. I am confident that by electing to do so, the conversations and perspectives will be enriched. As I reflect on the geopolitical context within which the CELAC-EU Summit is to take place in July, I pause to recognize two positive developments. Firstly, I recognize the pro-tempore presidency of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, the CELAC. A member state of CARICOM, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, have assumed the pro tempore presidency of the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States during the 17th Summit of Heads of State and Government held in January 2023. The European Union has supported the establishment of an office in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to manage coordination of the summit, and support has been provided by Venezuela, Mexico, and Cuba for the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is extremely grateful, as this support will contribute to the successful implementation of the 2023 CELAC work plan. The OECS mission in Brussels has also welcomed the appointment of a special envoy from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who is posted at the mission in Brussels and providing technical and diplomatic support in preparation for the summit. At the 26th meeting of the Council of Foreign and Community Relations, the COFCOR of the Caribbean Community recently held in Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines updated the Caribbean community on the plans for the summit. The foreign affairs ministers of the Caribbean community welcomed the update and noted the progress made thus far in determining the thematic focus of the summit. It is noteworthy that matters such as maritime transport, the global financial architecture, digitization, and acceleration of the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals will all come under sharp focus during the summit. It is anticipated that roundtable conversations on shared priorities like digital and green transitions, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity loss, health and food security, migration, security and governance, and the fight against transnational crime shall all receive attention. Given the historical bond that connects the European community to the Caribbean and Latin America, The summit is expected to reinforce bonds of friendship and map out mutually beneficial engagements for growth and advancement of both regions. Paul Sutton, in his article, Democracy in the Commonwealth Caribbean, reminds us that the Caribbean has the reputation of being the most democratic region in the developing world. Given the recent global challenges with threats to basic precepts of freedom, rule of law, tolerance, and equality, it is anticipated that the democratic values that bind our regions will form the basis for a mutually beneficial summit. Secondly, I recognize the European Union's CELAC cooperation. It is our view that the strategic value of the Caribbean and Latin America has increased in recent years, most notably since the recent conflict involving Russia and Ukraine. We are confident that the European Union regards its partnership with the countries of the LAC as a global force for democracy and fundamental freedoms, sustainable development, and rule-based multilateralism. For the EU, this bi-regional partnership, which represents more than a third of the membership of the United Nations, has the potential to shape and have a decisive influence over the post-COVID-19 world order. Ultimately, a partnership with CELAC is critical to the EU's positioning in the global community. Member states and associate members of CARICOM are much appreciative of the relationship and ongoing partnership between the EU and the LAC region. This has afforded CARICOM the opportunity to benefit from and contribute to a development paradigm that recognizes the value that the two regions bring to the relationship in order to address the complex and often debilitating development challenges and issues of mutual concern. CARICOM welcomes the continued partnership manifested through bilateral regional programs facilitated under the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument, the NDICI, Global Europe Program for the period 2021 to 2027. We pay particular attention to the EU-LAC Global Gateway Investment Agenda, the GGIA, and look forward to its implementation to address pressing concerns currently impinging upon the region's capacity to successfully navigate its post-COVID-19 development potential. Investments in and support for private sector growth and development, indigenous business expansion, maritime and air transport, and economic diversification enthusiastically await partnerships, particularly to achieve meaningful advancement in green economy transition, e-commerce, and digitization, the service sector, and support to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises across our community. The pro tempore presidency anticipates that significant progress will be made to establish the CELAC Space Agency, a science, technology and innovation institute, and a CELAC Medical Regulatory Agency. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has noted that such an agency will contribute to addressing the limitations and inadequacies exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. CARICOM welcomes the platforms that are at our disposal to sensitize our partners to the restricting impact that blacklisting and de-risking policies have had and continue to have on our economies of the region, particularly given the withdrawal of crucial correspondent banking relationships, which has negatively impacted investment flows, trade, and financial operations of regional economies. The summit comes at a time when the global financial architecture is being called upon to take cognizance of the multidimensional vulnerability index, loss and damage, and equitable development financing,
así como el financiamiento equitativo para
impact, which they have not contributed to, but from which they are adversely affected. The historic significance of a small Caribbean nation holding the pro-tempore presidency of CELAC should not be overlooked. We are proud of the platform that this opportunity provides, and we thank our colleagues in both parts of the region for the confidence entrusted in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to represent our collective best interest. Through it, the region proposes to draw attention to the unique needs of small island developing states. We thank Spain's presidency for the EU, who has thus far offered tremendous support for advancing our cause. The summit will receive a full presentation of the Bridgetown Initiative, which proposes urgent and decisive action to reform the international financial architecture. And we are confident that our sister nations of CELAC, as well as our counterparts in Europe, will embrace and become advocates of this initiative. In conclusion, I posit that the symbiotic relationship between the LAC and the EU must continue to yield benefits for the citizens of both regions. Current issues such as migration, climate change, food security, and human security know no boundaries. And it is to the fullness of our humanity that the resources we possess be put at the disposal of our citizens. CARICOM remains resolute that through hemispheric, regional, and global partnerships, our environment will be preserved, our development goals will be achieved, and our citizens shall prosper. We therefore look forward with hopeful enthusiasm for a successful summit that will have benefits for both regions. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would now like to offer the floor to José Antonio Sanauja, Director of Fundación Carolina. Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the organization for inviting me and to ECLAC for hosting this meeting, of course, to all for their important contributions. Political dialogue Latin America and the Caribbean could be explained today with a dual paradox. On one hand, they have a huge amount of information that has been accumulated, but the relationships have been stagnant. And the paradox is, how have we allowed this stagnation when both regions have an international system where crises are accumulated and require changes, profound changes in this strategy? There are some learnings that are relevant now. The value of this comes from the margins of autonomy and establishing an international system based on bipolarity. Its contribution to multilateralism and cooperation for development around democracy, the fight against inequality, and the geopolitical significance of this strategy with the free trade of the Americas as it is now in terms of technological competition between China and that country. The fact that we haven't had any political dialogue in recent years between the European Union and CELAC is worrisome. A key factor has been the absence of CELAC, and the pandemic showed how deep the crises are in regional areas and how leaders were absent. And during the pandemic, it was seen during the invasion of Ukraine, it has also been absent. And there has been an idea that many countries needed to be graduated due to commercial preferences. And of course, joining the European Union, they have not moved forward given the European rejection of the climate change negationist measures. The lack of dialogue between CELAC and the EU are large. We are being subject to the lack of cooperation and dialogue, but it is not an option. Although the impact is different between the pandemic and the invasion of Ukraine, and it has exposed the reality of both regions with the health crisis and others now with coercion. The strategies for development are securitized by, for example, showing the case of the United States. So, Secretary, you include the productive and security issues. With the pandemic, we have seen high inflation with a reduced fiscal space and greater debt. Just as in Europe, Latin America is an area of countries that are upset with public policies, and this to do with the objectives of Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe. We need to renew this rationale. And for this, I propose 3 ideas. 1, to expand the autonomy of both regions in a growing world with a new geopolitical situation. A new Cold War does not respond to the interests of Latin America nor of Europe or the European Union, and they question our absence in treating us differently. And furthermore, this narrative of strategic competition that securitizes alters the agenda, and with this, democracy, human rights, gender equality, the environment lose importance, as well as the sustainable and global development. Seeking autonomy is important, and it does not mean we need to be defensive, but finding reliable partners that will, in time, help global development. This idea of strengthening democracy when there is a lack of trust in the citizens means that there is an increase of authoritarian forces, states that don't guarantee a minimum security. And speaking of democracy is speaking of development, not only elections, and renewing the social contract. Second, we should renew our political, economic, and cooperation relationship, because with the pandemic, this triple transition that has been mentioned, digital, green, and also social transitions that must be fair. And I say this knowing that in the European Union institutions, we only talk about green transition and digital transition, but not social necessarily. When we look at the data as the Latin barometer have shown, Latin America seems to be the most favorable partner, but despite the behavior of Europe with the vaccination and this reticence of taking certain measures to temporarily lift the protection of patents in view of health emergencies. The European Union was the greatest exporter of vaccines through COVAX, but there were other countries that first went to the region providing vaccines for the vaccination programs. Working together in this triple transition means that development is a shared risk. It is not the old North-South agenda. For this, we need a common dialogue on policies with transformation, productive transformation. It is a common agenda, and as was said by earlier, we do not have a draft. We are certain now that old certainties are no longer true. We are responsible for our 2 regions. We need to rebuild this social pact, and we are all countries, developing countries, so are Europeans. All these transitions, including the green transition, should be seen as included in regulatory aspects in order to promote more sustainable and fair consumption models, and not only used as instruments that can help eliminate commercial barriers, because these will lead to greater protectionism. It can demand a more flexible position of these agreements, space for a better productive space and economic agenda in both regions. Speaking of lithium, the modernization of the European Union and Chile relations, some have been introduced, and these are part of the policies in Chile to promote industrialization. For this renewed cooperation, it is key to have transition development. This has been developed by OECD with ECLAC, and it would support with the EU until recently. I know that not all countries support this, both in the European Union and in this region, but let's not get lost in these conversations. We need to leave old metrics behind. They are harmful. It's important to have horizontal and inclusive measures open to joint learning, exchanging innovative experiences in regulation and public policies. We need to be able to attract productive investment and technical support in order to support these long-term strategies in favor of social and political pacts that are more inclusive. In this sense, the European Union would like to further cooperate horizontally and to leave behind the graduation of more advanced countries. It needs to be open to all countries of the region, as has been mentioned by the consensus on development. There need to be horizontal programs like Euroclima, Eurosocial to promote dialogue on public policies, innovation, and the exchange of knowledge. The European Union needs to join this South-South and triangular cooperation. It is a valuable experience and needs to be configured differently from other programs. The European Union, it all has to do with funding development, the development agenda, so that more vulnerable countries can have a space for innovation and to break these old cycles, to avoid old debt cycles. This otherwise would lead to another new lost decade. And as the executive secretary said, we've already had two, and we should not allow for a third one. So this triple transition during the 2021 period to 2027, we know that we will have the Euro Sustainable Plus program, which will support or provide this instrument called the Global Gateway, which will use funds from the European Union, official funds, to leverage this development. And for them, the agenda is imperative, the one with the investment gaps that are necessary for these transitions. But they also respond to the geopolitical imperative of competing with China for development. It is valuable, but we must be cautious. There is a possibility of risking that may lead to a mobilization of private resources, and it cannot substitute or eclipse the cooperation of the European Union and its member states, such as technical, educational cooperation, human rights, and gender support to civil society and social inclusion. Global Gateway is just another instrument for cooperation, not the only one. And all the new energies, wind, green energy are important, but also the transfer of technology, digital technology, and it must be situated in a dialogue of policies, national development policies, especially given the need for raw materials that require a green transition in the European Union, avoiding a new extractivist cycle. And with this, I'd like to call on this traditional vision in our continent in Latin America.
As El Dorado, we cannot prevent the mobilization of resources. It will be key matters such as debt treatment, promoting debt conversion methods for climate change. We need to once again speak of the mobilization of special drawing rights are not used by wealthy countries to nourish next generation Latin America with the digital investment funds. And although this is all known, we need to join the fiscal reforms in order to improve coverage, progressiveness of the tax systems, and mobilize national resources. Today, doing so with sensitivity for the environment and making it sustainable. And to conclude, we must once again underscore that from 2022 and with the Argentine presidents of CELAC and the ministerial meeting held in Buenos Aires, and that gave the paved the way for the summit to be held in 2023. This has opened a window of opportunity unique for these common aims between the EU and LAC and the return to CELAC, a more promising stage in Latin American regionalism. These are all positive factors. The greater EU attention is also so. And the shared views that we understand both regions have must help. And of course, there is a political will. And all of this, I'm sure that we will move together along this path. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jose Antonio. And now I'd like to recognize Cecilia Alemani, the Deputy Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the UN Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women. Thank you very much, Enrique, and I thank ECLAC for this first regional conference, the Argentine presidency, and the so many vice presidencies moderating. It is a joy to be in this panel shared with all colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean. Always after an intervention by Jose Antonio Sanauja, the temptation is to go and clap instead of saying what we were going to say. But since this dialogue has been around for more than 2 decades, we can do both things at the same time. Truly, I'm tempted to share that 20 years ago, we had a similar discussion. You were not in the Fundación, Tomás Mayo was there, but we were discussing in the bi-regional relation the importance of political dialogue. And one of the provocations at the time was that if Europe had any intention at the time to play a soft power globally, that was only possible with Latin America. Well, today, this is still true. Unfortunately, many of the discussions that we had 20 years ago continue to be valid and aggravated. And when we take a look at the assessment of cooperation of the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, as you also said, for 2004, we were discussing this informally yesterday over lunch with Federico. Unfortunately, it is still more valid than ever, and for the bad reasons, and essentially because of the difficulty of integrating the social cohesion agenda, human rights, and gender equality, in addition to the lack of political dialogue, as has been said earlier. And of course, the difficulty after so many decades of not being able to change the rules of the game of the international system for financing. Well, we have an opportunity for the good and the bad reasons. Of course, the context is probably more difficult for the international community and the UN after the end of the Cold War. And so to rethink the rules of the game with the change in scenario that has been portrayed since yesterday with the presentation by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. And of course, there are good news. And last night, I was comparing the draft declaration, CELAC EU, whose governments received and through St. Vincent and the Grenadines in last days with the declaration of the President of South America convened by Brazil in Brasilia yesterday. And it called our attention how the language in terms of peace, democracy, gender equality, and, well, human management of migratory crises and human mobility on the borders was far more advanced, the declaration by the presidents of South America last night, than the draft that we were receiving for CELAC to clearly enrich with a very good basis for the summit. But this was very striking. And so I would like to call on governments represented here. It is you who carry cooperation and South cooperation in your countries. And of course, the government of Spain, the presidency, to think about this triple transition in a far more radical way in what could be the outcome of this summit. And of course, the summit has a value in itself. The fact that the two regions be talking again, although it is nevertheless a very good news for all of us who live on this side of the Atlantic, but also from the other side of the Atlantic, and in turn for the agenda for the Global South. Yesterday, there was provocation, and we said the SDG agenda is a success for Latin America. That was documented in an analysis years back with Christian Frederick. And I would like to say that the SDG agenda is a global agenda agreed by all member states, but it is also true that the priorities for cooperation, policies, and sustainable development of the entire Latin America and the Caribbean, with its focus on inequality, is so unique and specific. And Europe helped us to today have this battery of indicators. And so halfway to the SDGs, with its desolate outlook, as explained by the executive secretary, that we will only be achieving approximately 24% of the goals from now to the 2030, unless we do things differently and really take the necessary change seriously. It is striking, and we're hoping that the two regions may make a strong call on occasion when they meet in Brussels in July. And the last thought has to do, of course, opening up this debate that we need to go much further than the GDP per capita, because we need to count what is really worthwhile and not other things that are not for sustainable development and our realities. And of course, adhering to the debate on development and transition in response to these obsolete metrics, and that the Secretary General of the UN has just launched a brief for the Summit of the Future, that I recommend that we should all join the debate and bring it to the multilateral fora. The triple transition, and as you were saying, Jose Antonio, and also we heard throughout these days, this feeling that it would be triple transition, separate, but yes, but they're not. And this I would like to make my concern and the concern of UN Women, and a lot of joint work with ECLAC when we see the agenda and the draft declaration. Why declarations matter? Because this is what we can later on be accountable on. And in the past, the EU-LAC relations, because it was not CELAC necessarily, had three pillars, and it was easy to work on the three pillars: political dialogue, cooperation, and trade. And those three pillars within the framework of the bi-regional agreements, or Mercosur, Chile, have been blurred. And so it calls my attention. Let's not let the negotiation that all of you will do from now to the summit be blurred in view of this. We've heard a lot about it. And that, of course, loans and investments are not donations. And so we must be very clear on what the cooperation pillar is from the viewpoint of these assessments, as all agencies here understand. You do not make the loans, you don't do the investments, that are the agencies. And so for Latin America's cooperation is donations. And special, of course, with contributions, differential, but contributions by all parties and so on. But so the digital green transition and the social transition, a couple of points. First, when we speak of digital transition and in the drafts towards the summit, the dimension of what does this mean, aside from having infrastructure and connectivity, mean? Well, we have documented in March this year, together with ECLAC and UNESCO, we have documented how what is the situation of women and girls in terms of their autonomy in the digital era. And there, just one data, there are so many more in the study that we published in March, and we presented in this same room. But one of the data is in LAC, no country exceeds 35 to 40% of women and girls studying science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And even worse, if we take a look at the ICTs, which supposedly are those sectors where they will have better work in inclusion and possibilities of inclusion in the jobs of the future. For example, Brazil, no more than 15% of students in ICTs that are women, and Chile, no more than 17%. So in our countries, our young girls, the women, less than 20% is studying ICTs. And so therefore, they're going to be left out of a good deal of these jobs of the future, or those value chains, technology intensive in any of these sectors of our economy. And this must be within that digital alliance today contains nothing of this and must be considered as a good part of the package. The proposal that we bring is that the entire debate on a fair transition and climate change should consider not only investments in the sector that we understand are necessary, but also the impact that all of this is having, but in turn, the knowledge that we have in relation to LAC and the All of the work that links the climate change agenda and gender equality show that women's organization, rural women, peasant women, and organization of indigenous women are all a danger of a greater impact of climate change, but they have content and knowledge to face these policies in relation to the circular economy and alternatives for sustainable and efficient management of natural resources. And so here too, to warn that we should not consider only solutions that have to do with technology or the common traditional north-south logic, but that part of this package of commitment with a just transition should include people, communities. We have the Escazú agreement in Latin America for this purpose, and the knowledge and financing of climate change, which is the new window. This is not coming to the women's organization. They're not reaching women in the territory, and far less those that need it most. Neither official aid for development. And when we review the sums for aid for development, and I apologize to those who have already heard me say this, but if we take 2020, 2021, we're talking about a ODA, less than 1% of total ODA in the area. It reaches civil society, women's or feminist organizations or ministries of the women, less than 1%. And so if you take a look at the gender markets, we're going back to the indicators yesterday and this morning, the percentage is better. But if we see where the resources are actually going, it's less than 1%. So today there are many countries with a political will, at least on the presidents that met yesterday. This is just last South America, but it is true in Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean, to face these triple transitions, these triple crises with a transformative approach. Our main point of support to the summit, and today it was put to ECLAC in this morning by our colleague Nicole Villaran, with whom we've gone to several fora, and the governments of Latin America will be, I hope, also pushing for this because they're making great progress. This has to do with reflecting the Buenos Aires great commitment that all your governments signed last November within the framework of the Regional Conference on Women, and that basically is a commitment that focuses on the need to think of social protection with a care approach, that is strengthening integral care systems. And when we say care, I ask for a second to explain, because often we take it for granted that we know what we mean. We're speaking of care throughout the life of people, all the way from birth, childhood, old age, but also people who are ill or disabled. Some countries already have integral care systems. Others are building them. More than 14 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are making headway in this area. And the presidency and vice presidency of this meeting are some of the countries that are moving ahead in this, but so many more that I'm sure you know. We understand care precisely as the way of coming out of this lost decade with a transformative approach of that social compact, that new social compact, and the response given by Latin America and the Caribbean goes along that path, a new pillar for social protection to help redistribute, creating jobs, and that is a virtuous cycle no matter how you look at it. And Europe also approved their care strategy in December 22, and with which we've analyzed both the European strategy for care and the Buenos Aires agreement for care in Latin America and the Caribbean. And with that, we're hoping that it is possible to include as a content of the EU-CELAC agreement an area on care to move ahead with the redistribution, of course, of the time, of care, of income, and in turn, the autonomy of women and girls that continue to be overrepresented in the poorest households. Yesterday, we heard figures for poverty at the start of the day, and especially those single-parent homes that do not have anyone to redistribute care with, and generally have informal jobs or living in a very precarious situation. And that is where, unfortunately, in Latin America, the women are overrepresented. Afro-descendants, indigenous women, migrant women or refugee women, and rural women. All of these populations that traditionally have been excluded, ignored, and made invisible. And yesterday also, to the surprise of many, the presidents of South America made this very clear and at the heart of the agenda. And we're hoping that this is a way of rethinking not only the EU's CELAC agenda from a social inclusive viewpoint, the COP agenda to be in Brazil, and also the G20. But well, in this space, all of you will be giving feedback to the declaration EU CELAC.
I truly believe that Latin America and the Caribbean can contribute to transformational perspective. It is not just simply the idea of thinking of this as a utopia, but we must think that the social perspective and the gender perspective must be cross-cutting. Thank you for your time and for the patience of the moderator. Thank you, Cecilia. Now I offer the floor to Federico Bonaglia, who is Deputy Director of the OECD Development Center. Thank you, Enrique. I thank you for the opportunity of being able to participate in this important conference with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that are members of the OECD Development Center, and likewise with all other countries in the region. It's easy for me to speak after these distinguished panelists, and I will try to convey 5 messages that we want to highlight and that this meeting can communicate in its interaction with the EU and with the EU CELAC summit. I'll try to do this in English because it'll be quicker. I feel that we need to save a little bit of time.
Is that, as the Executive Secretary said yesterday and today, the current socioeconomic situation in Latin America is clearly very challenging, and I don't need to repeat the data that we also produced together in our Latin American Economic Outlook. But one lessons that we need to take from this is that this is a moment for more cooperation, not for less cooperation. And we need to think about cooperation along new lines that are not the traditional ones, as many of you have said. We need to talk about partnerships that promote investment, but at the same time, partnership that deliver on sustainable development. And as we have said in our joint narrative over the last few years in the Latin American Economic Outlook, partnership that help the region build a new social contract that can be the foundation for the transitions that we have heard. And here I would like to fully associate myself to what the previous speakers have said and what the Spanish presidency as also incoming presidency of the EU has also put on the table, which is the need of looking at 3 transitions, not looking only at 2 transitions. The digital, very important, as we heard. The green, very important, as we heard. But most importantly, probably the social transition, the question of inclusion, the question of inequality. It's not enough to speak about just green transition, to speak about just digital transition, because the risk, as it often happens, unfortunately, with the question of gender, is that once you mainstream, you forget. And I can tell you that I'm following for the OECD the discussion in the G20 Development Working Group that is currently led by India. And India, supported also by the incoming G20 presidents of Brazil and South Africa, is very strongly advocating for discussing global just transitions. And there is a strong pushback. So one should not even take it for granted that the term just will be always next to green or digital transition. And I feel that this is a very important point that we should reiterate. We need to build a new social contract. We should not think about we should not forget about inequalities and inclusion, and we should advance the 3 dimensions of sustainable development and advocate for the triple transition. The region is undergoing this 3 transition, but unfortunately, as we have heard from many, it lacks the necessary financing. Yesterday, Danielle Titelman put it beautifully, or not so beautifully, depending on how you look at things. There are still pending reforms and policies that need to be implemented. And as we heard, there is a lack of voice and agency by the region in international governance mechanisms. As I said, I follow the G20 Development Working Group. Latin America, despite the fact that there are Latin American members, is not on the agenda of the G20. And I do hope that with Brazil taking the presidency, this will be addressed and Latin America will be at the center of the discussions of the G20. So my first message is, in this current difficult context, with the region having to undergo these 3 transitions, we need more, no less cooperation. We need a new form of cooperation. Second message is, and so what? Should we go for something revolutionary, totally new. No, we need to build on the very important achievements that we have managed to achieve over the last few years, thanks to the leadership of CEPAL, thanks to the cooperation from the Development Center, thanks from the support of the European Union, around this term of development in transition. And as I said yesterday, development in transition is a term, but behind the terms there are ideas. So don't be fixated on the term. Development in transition is an approach that is about access. So the multidimensional measures, the eligibility, the graduation issues, but it's much more. It's about reinvigorating and reforming the international cooperation system to make it more resourced, more effective, more inclusive, and more legitimate. And legitimation requires participation. And this is the reason why I think it's very important that in this conference on South-South and Triangular Cooperation, we discuss about the global cooperation agenda, because an international system that wants to be legitimate needs to have the voices of this region. And currently, this is not the case. So the third message that I would like to share is, yes, we have achieved a lot and we should build upon what we have achieved. So very strong message, as was said earlier, is that we should push for having the European Union and the CELAC summit acknowledging and furthering the objectives of development in transition, if not the term. We would prefer the term, but it's not enough. So, and sometimes there is a sense of mission accomplished. You know, we managed to include and provide some funds to Latin America as part of the INDICI. That's excellent. It's one of the achievements of development in transition, but this is not enough. There are many more challenges when it comes to how do we address the climate change challenge? How do we address the question of women economic empowerment, et cetera, et cetera? So there is a new type of partnership that is necessary. And this is my fourth message. The European Union is an ideal partner to build this partnership because it's a willing partner. If you listen to the declaration from the leadership of the European Union, they say we want to build a new relationship with Latin America, a relationship that is demand-driven. So I think that here there is an excellent opportunity. And we tried at the Development Center to understand what Latin America would like to see out of this partnership. And sorry, I take the advantage of this. You have on your desk a draft of a study that we are doing with the support of the European Union, where we interviewed many of you to understand what will be the desirable features of a new partnership with the European Union. And we were not surprised to hear that Latin America looks for more cooperation, but cooperation is in terms of horizontal partnerships, that Latin America would like to have more focus on social, that Latin America would like to see greater consideration for the multidimensionality of development and the metrics that are used for accessing concessional finance. We also heard, and we're a bit surprised to know that Global Gateway, it's still a bit unknown. 8% of the participants in our survey, only 8% knew what the Global Gateway was. So I think that also from the European Union, there is a need of better communicating what this is about and what this is not about. And this leads me to my last message, which is, yes, we have an important momentum with the summit, but what will happen after the summit? And I think that this is the moment where some ideas from these discussions that you are having over the last 2 days should be put on the table, also for the future relationship, but also for other international fora like the G20, like the summit that President Macron is hosting, et cetera, et cetera. From our perspective, there are at least 4 things that could be put on the table. The first one, as I said, is that in the bilateral partnership, bi-regional partnership, there should be a look at the 3 transition with a strong focus on the social dimension, because making the digital and green transition just might not be enough. And you never know that then the term just disappears. So to be on the safe side, put the 3. Second message, great to see that there is a strong focus on investment. Latin America desperately needs more investment, desperately needs more public investment, desperately needs more domestic investment, and this will require fiscal reforms. And this is not something that you achieve through investment policy. So if you want investment to be impactful, you need to have a dialogue about how you make it impactful, what kind of reforms makes it more impactful, what kind of fiscal space you need to create. So there should be a greater coherence and combination of investment, trade and cooperation, as Cecilia also said. Third and second last message, there should be a strong focus on making sure that international partnerships support national and regional integration policies. We heard about it yesterday. And finally, which I think is the most relevant probably for the South cooperation, there should be a clear empowerment of the agencies in the region that are in charge of international cooperation. Why? Because ODA is not coming to this region in large numbers and probably will not come in larger numbers in the future. But ODA is not enough. I mean, if you just think about the volume, today there are 200 billions of ODA, more or less, from the OECD providers. The climate-related financing needs are 2 trillion. So you have 200 billion, 2 trillions. So it's clear that more financing will need to be created. And this financing will have to be used. Who has the understanding of how to engage in international cooperation in this region? Well, you are here. You are the agencies around this table. So I think that for your agencies, there is a very strong role to play in working with different departments in your governments to make sure that the international dimension of policies is adequately reflected, that the new funds that will have to be made available are used to advance sustainable development, which is your objective, not necessarily the one of other line of ministry. This is what development in transition is about. This is what we as friends and partners have been trying to advance over the last few years, and we do hope that this will remain on the agenda going forward. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los panelistas.
We thank all the panelists, and now we will proceed with interventions by delegations or statements by delegations. I can't see anything. Honduras, you're recognized.
Muchas gracias, compañero.
Thank you very much, colleague, executive secretary, chair. I thank your panelists also for this tremendous and very clear panel discussion that we have just heard. I convey fraternal greetings to you all from the first woman president in the history of Honduras, Xiomara Castro Sarmiento. We have dealt with different issues here where we coincide in challenges such as the effects of climate change, structural violence, food security, migration, the recovery, so the socioeconomic recovery post-COVID. And dear colleagues, all that leads to integration, to somehow have a common agenda that will enable us to advance towards sustainable development goals. In consequence, Honduras attributes enormous importance to the bi-regional dialogue between CELAC and the European Union. And we salute the initiatives of presidents of South America that met yesterday in Brazil. This space will help us to coordinate the work of both regions. That has enabled us to structure a common agenda of interests involving political aspects and also international cooperation actions. And thus we greet the next summit of heads of states and governments. Faced with a complex international scenario, it is still fundamental to reaffirm that cooperation is a fundamental tool for the development of our region. And in order to achieve the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, but countries in our region, in our Latin America and the Caribbean, need to bring our efforts together so that we can promote a renewed international cooperation for development via the creation of innovating partnerships and benefiting from the experience and the knowledge that we already possess in order to learn and mutually support each other. We require a new qualification method for middle-income countries, considering multi-sectorial possibilities and the structural challenges of our countries that go beyond the per capita income in order to consolidate a fairer and more effective distribution of resources of international cooperation for development, remembering that South-South and triangular cooperation do not substitute a North-South cooperation, but rather supplement that.
Necesitamos una cooperación para el
Likewise, we need cooperation for development with a higher percentage of non-reimbursable resources, and that reimbursable resources be granted in highly concessional terms. My country recognizes that the challenges that we face as humanity are enormous, and that all nations and regions of the world are working for the adaptation of our economic and social policies, as well as the establishment of renewed visions of development, short, medium, and long term. Historically, the EU has been a strategic partner for our region, and we have a long-standing tradition of cooperation in important areas like food security, renewable energies, biodiversity, climate change, health, migration, education, employment, among others, that have driven important development processes nationally and regionally. My country is convinced that the third summit of heads of state and government between CELAC and EU represents an opportunity, unprecedented opportunity, to restore international cooperation in an innovative form and to strengthen the links of integration of our regions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mexico has the floor now. Thank you. From Mexico's perspective, we would have 4 proposals of thematic priorities that have emerged given the consensus that have been built in CELAC that Mexico chaired for 2 consecutive years as a pro-tempore level. The first one of these main priorities is indeed the building of the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency. The purpose is to coordinate activities of exploration, technological, spatial research and applications. One of them is prevention and disaster risk reduction that was discussed in the previous roundtable. Among other initiatives that have been promoted in this project, the idea is to create a spatial observation center. Mexico has contributed with $400,000, and whose compilation of information will allow to have analytical elements for decision-making at local, national, and regional levels. Along those lines, we welcome the presentation of the document of ECLAC on progress and priorities and challenges. And we underscore the importance of keeping on strengthening the geospatial platforms, strengthening them, especially in the large Caribbean and in island countries of the Caribbean. In the territorial platform of the Caribbean, plus the Mesoamerican integral information or geo-referenced information. The second main priority that we observe in Mexico is the building of the Climate Adaptation Fund and integral response to disasters in order to promote a vision of integral development, resilient and sustainable, contributing to strengthen the response capacity before disasters of countries in the region. Thirdly, Mexico desires to highlight the initiative tending to instrumenting the health self-sufficiency plan of Latin America and the Caribbean, unanimously adopted in the 6th CELAC summit meeting. Among other things, we promote the development of joint mechanisms of purchase of drugs and vaccines, and the capacities of research, development, and production of vaccines of the CELAC members. Of course, here, a central role is played by the Drug and Medical Devices Regulatory Agency of Latin America and the Caribbean, whose launch was on April 25th to the Acapulco Declaration, Mexico, where we had the collegiate work of all the competent institutions of Colombia, Cuba, and of Mexico. We likewise launched, with the presence of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this initiative that indeed it is a foundation of what we consider particularly relevant among the priorities of our countries. Finally, one fourth priority that we have observed from Mexico is the strengthening of security of food security and nutritional security. With FAO, we have promoted Mesoamerica without hunger in 10 countries, including Mexico itself. And in the area of the Caribbean, with CARICOM, with 14 countries of CARICOM, and also with FAO, we promoted the Resilient Caribbean initiative with the same purposes. In this last initiative, we included and promoted the initiative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, trying to replicate the best practices in that country towards zero hunger, and particularly through the strengthening of the school resilient food systems. Thank you. We'll take the interventions of the 3 countries that have asked for the floor, and we'll have then coffee before closing. Uruguay. Thank you. Firstly, we share the interest and need of including this point in the agenda of the next bioregional summit, thanks to the chair and ECLAC for having included it. We fully concur with the overviews presented by the Executive Secretary. The closeness of both regions makes this summit so important, and we have great expectations in the concrete results of it. And it is under the chair of Spain of the EU, and hopefully it will be ambitious and will have as a starting point all the commitments adopted in the previous summit, the priorities and needs of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are certain that under the leadership of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, common positions will be achieved of the region, ensuring a fruitful dialogue summit. We concur with the points of referred by Mr. Farrell and Santiago Galad in connection with not concentrating only investments, which of course are welcome and necessary, but underlining cooperation and also not to have retrocessions and all the progress regarding development in transition and the need to advance towards a new paradigm of development of a multidimensional nature, contemplating the specific needs and vulnerabilities of middle and high-income countries of the region. We address with great interest the document announced by Brazil along those lines related to measurements. We also concur with that concern in not to make progress in the interest of European countries regarding triangular cooperation. Also, the necessary coordination with the agencies of the region to adopt actions aligned with the interests of recipient countries. And therefore, we ask for greater participation in the cooperation instruments, especially in non-reimbursable cooperation. Better instruments are needed. As Alemania and Sanauja have mentioned, we have lots of expectations for the next summit, and we hope it will be most fruitful. And in the dialogue, we are promoting, and in the June 7th meeting of coordinators of CELAC, we'll have a good declaration, a good starting point. Thanks. Thank you. Now Peru has the floor. Thank you. First, congratulations to the table for brilliant presentations, but the point is one of a practical nature. Yesterday, we were consulted in the Foreign Ministry, the draft resolution of the summit, which has been already drafted and with some observations, and we were asked our view about the paragraph of cooperation, and we gave no opinion because there is none. There are important paragraphs about disasters, climate change. There is an important paragraph that I think needs to be specified on cooperation in the area of human rights, especially women. But there is no paragraph on what has a practical proposal, and based on ECLAC's report and conclusions of this forum, to have a paragraph circulated among delegations on time for the summit and propose in a concrete manner something that will clearly state our concerns, our intentions, and the obligations for this partnership. Thank you. Thanks, Germany. Yes, thank you very much. I can echo what the delegate of Peru said, but first, congratulate you for this panel of this afternoon. I think it is a great closing because it's putting all these subjects that need to be discussed, it's putting all those subjects on the table. Yesterday, I rapidly mentioned that Germany, the Ministry of Economic Development and Cooperation, is preparing a new strategy that will submit. I don't know it yet, but will be submitted before the CELAC and EU summit. And in this strategy, not only will they speak about contents, but how needs to be developed or cooperation needs to be materialized in the future. Precisely at this moment, we are seeing that changes that we are experiencing, challenges, transitions, they need to be put on the table, and you can be certain that we are here, that we will report to the Foreign Ministry, will take this opportunity of reporting this that has been discussed, that much has been said about OECD and about the foundation, and Jonathan told us yesterday on the table about the challenges. Yes, we need to send these messages in this way. We are here as Germany, member of ECLAC, but we will report to our representatives at the ministry for that to be addressed and submitted, and not to have an article on cooperation on this declaration. I mean, we insist it has to be included, because not only we speak about investment, of course it's necessary, but cooperation, and cooperation is how to manage bringing together societies, governors, administrators. I will raise this message, but once again, want to congratulate for the composition of the table. It was excellent achievement. I said that we would take the 3 countries that had asked for the floor so as to move on to the coffee because of times. There are 4 or 5 countries that have raised their hands. Of course, we want to hear them all, but it is request, please be brief, because plans here, and there are those that are going back. So, Panama. Once again, thank you for, I'll try to be very brief. Once again, thank all the colleagues of ECLAC and countries that have made presentations, as well as cooperation agencies, and thoughts and reflections of our colleagues from UN Women, which are very relevant for all those who will be working in the next summit.
Likewise, I'd like to mention that in green transition and just transition, the Ministry of Panama have been working together with the European Union on an action plan, a country-level action plan to promote a national strategy for socioeconomic development that can have an inclusive perspective, and especially in terms of climate change by 2050. As is the case of many other topics that are addressed by Euroclima Plus, and we are truly committed as a country. Basing myself on my previous presentation on what Panama is promoting. The same with the digital and inclusive transition. We are going to establish the Copernicus Center in Panama, which will be focused on increasing the regional planning capacity and decision-making in terms of risk of disasters and recovery, as well as the geospatial activities or information provided by Copernicus for emergencies, maritime surveillance, and others, to put them at the disposal of the region. I would also like to mention, following the logic of what we have been talking about with colleagues of Mexico as well, we would like to echo the importance of including in this conversation between the EU and SELEC food security, because climate change has a direct impact on access to a fair transition. Since we were not able to present in the previous panel due to lack of time, it is that same interest in serving the region. Panama has the Regional Center for Humanitarian Service in Panama, and it has been extremely important, especially during the pandemic. I'd like to mention that we hope to see the participation of all countries in the 3rd simulation of disasters and humanitarian aid that will take place in Panama City on June 12th, to continue to strengthen the national protection and disaster management efforts. We have great expectations for the EULAC, EU and SELEC summit. Thank you very much.
Colombia, por favor. Presidente,
Colombia has the floor. Chair, I was going to read 20 pages. You asked me to reduce that, boil it down. But basically, I'd like to thank everyone for their interesting presentations. The only message I would like to leave with you is the importance of this dialogue between SELEC and the European Union. It is an extremely important moment for the region and the EU. It represents a very important situation, given even the war in Ukraine, and all these allow us to take this opportunity to strengthen the cooperation between Colombia and the European Union. We support the implementation of the peace agreement, energy transition, migration. So we believe that it is a great opportunity to strengthen these cooperation dynamics. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Colombia. Ecuador, por favor.
Thank you, Colombia. Ecuador has the floor. Thank you. I will also be very brief. I would simply like to say that I would like to echo all comments made by all of the panelists regarding the risks that we can have, and that Global Gateway will be a substitute of the cooperation that we need from the European Union, given that most countries are middle income countries or high income. This will be an approach of the European Union to move towards other mechanisms. They are important. We value them. We want to work on them, and I don't want to forget the importance of continuing to work on the other aspects that we've been talking about, and cooperation with the European Union, like Team Europe. They supplement each other, and these are all the things that the national cooperation agencies have been doing with multidimensional activities in our countries. That's a first thing. Another thing that has not been mentioned, but I believe is important with any relationship with the European Union, is the Green Pact and everything that derives from it, and our adaptations to it as partners of the CELAC-EU relationship. We can't do it alone. We need cooperation and assistance from the European Union to continue to access their market. And there's an additional element that we must take into account. At present, this is also affecting the European Union. These are multinational groups that are operating in our areas. So it is terrorism. So it is extremely difficult because there is a shared responsibility, and we need to focus on this.
Mi credencial se acaba de caer a pedazos. Es el momento de cerrar, me parece.
I believe it's time to.
A todos los panelistas y a todos ustedes por una discusión.
I would like to close now. We have many topics to reflect on during the next month and a half. Thank you very much, Chile, for lowering your sign. I believe we've all said what we wanted to say. Chair, you have the floor. Yes, we have 10 minutes for coffee. We need to come back promptly and approve the document, and we will then be closing the meeting. Thank you. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Invitamos a
We would like to invite the delegations to please be seated.
¿Comenzamos o quedará gente todavía? Estimados
Dear delegates, yesterday we distributed the document on draft resolution 1 sponsored by Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Colombia, Mexico, and Uruguay. And we gave until yesterday, May the 30th at 7:30 p.m. to send your proposals to the Secretariat on new language. Contributions were received from Germany, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Uruguay, all complementing the original text and those that were included in the text that you have on your table. And so consequently, we would now like to ask delegations to adopt this new wording. I have the pleasure of using my hammer. Thank you. Adopted. And well, in this way, this is the last item on the agenda that was approved yesterday, and adoption of the agreements. And so this will be published together with a report of the meeting with the summary of our discussions and the proposals made throughout the various panels of yesterday and today. And so to close this first meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation, I am pleased to recognize the President and Chair, Sabina Frederick. And thank you, Luis. As the chair of this very important meeting, I would like to close these 2 very intense days of work. Argentina has been working with ECLAC on the design of the roadmap of the conference. And so our work as soon to be presidency and now as the de facto president focused on the themes and the conceptual note. And the aim of Argentina is the same when we took on the presidency of the high-level meeting of South-South cooperation and the Power Plus 40. And here I would like to highlight that while we close this conference, Argentina is sending New York the presidency of the South-South Cooperation meetings to Sri Lanka. And so within the framework of the Papa Plus 40, Argentina identified 2 themes of relevance for the region, themes that we worked on in these years at the UN and that we seek to deepen in this conference. The first was the critical matter of financing of cooperation for development, especially the addressing the middle-income countries. And the second matter that we tried to deal with was positions, the common positions of the region in relation of the current challenges facing international cooperation in relation to other regions such as the EU. And same as have synergies in the practices, language, and standards at regional level in relation to 3 of these themes: evaluation and assessment of cooperation, the link with the private sector, and multi-stakeholder cooperation, and integral risk management disasters of various origin. This marks the beginning of a sphere of agreements and between Latin America and the Caribbean with regard to cooperation for development. We enjoyed the presence and commitment by all countries and agencies taking part, and that shows the engagement with cooperation themes in the region. In the development of our conversations, we have been able to see that in addition to being a region that identifies through its diversity, it coincides in the diagnosis of certain matters that affect us. First, there has been coincidence in terms of the diagnosis regarding the challenges that international cooperation for development faces in the new world context. The current conditions posed, that is, a context of serious environmental issues, war, and consequences of the pandemic, affectation of trade, economic issues, among many others, have all led to serious inconveniences in moving ahead along the path to meeting these SDGs, as well as the 2030 agenda. The inequality gaps have widened, and the difficulties in accessing basic resources, and therefore an idling of our progress. And this context requires of us a very deep reconsideration that once again leads us to the confluence of criteria in the region. We cannot lose sight of the fact that Latin America and the Caribbean do have certain vulnerabilities of their own, and that require a recondition of the traditional models of international cooperation. In this sense, we also agreed very soundly on the development gap faced by the so-called middle-income countries. The categorization of countries according to their income is a distortion. It is a way with the complexity that characterizes a country and requires a multidimensional classifications, including qualitative features of social type, productive, among others. And this must be in addition to the fact that those countries with more resources may take on the new categories and act in line with this in order to facilitate resources. It is only in that way that it will be possible to begin overcoming these gaps that prevent sustainable development of countries.
These coincidences have led us once again to state that one of the objectives that this Argentinian chair has established, at least as a guideline, our region has its own identity within its diversity. It possesses strengths and resources. It is urgent to homogenize criteria, to unify as a region in order to find our own solutions to the problems that we face, helping us to diminish inequality gaps, to establish common positions so that we can together be strong in other fora. I look with optimism at the trend of establishing common aspects in terms of valuing South-South and triangular cooperation. And we have to answer the questions for why value and whether that measurement is compatible with the spirit of South-South cooperation, despite the fact that there seems to be a shared opinion in terms of South-South cooperation. There also seems to be a common view in terms of linking ourselves with the private sector, which implies evaluation and valuation mechanisms. With regards impact assessment, there are interesting initiatives. We highlight our own, the Argentinian one, with the modular cooperation method that we hope to use in the next few years. Now, faced with the difficulties of gaining access to financing for cooperation, a further consensus that we evidence in this conference is the relevance of working with mechanisms enabling us, our countries, to involve the private sector in cooperation. The search for financing, the solution of our problems also forces us to put into practice new models in order to conduct South-South and triangular cooperation projects. We need to multiply the resources, establishing bridges between the public and private spheres, including civil society, development banks, international agencies and entities, and universities. And many countries have shown that it is possible, sharing with us concrete experiences of collaboration models that are different to the traditional ones, such as Chile, Uruguay, Peru, Mexico, Costa Rica, among others. As already been mentioned, there are resources in the world. We have to work better in a joint manner. Despite the gaps in our region, we feel that it is tremendously important to strengthen the link of cooperation with risk prevention and danger risks, which have a different impact in accordance with the reality of each country. At least access the less access we have to resources for the development of our countries, the greater it will be the impact of the socio-natural events that create tremendous problems for the population and for infrastructure. We have to, this implies expanding inequality gaps and therefore distancing ourselves from the goals of the 2030 agenda, and that is why Argentina feels it's important to include this debate in the conference. In this sense, I would like to highlight the creation of the Fund for the Adaptation to Climate Change and the response to climate change of Latin American and Caribbean countries that managed by ECLAC, and that Mexico referred to, so that we can prevent, mitigate, and improve preparation and response in view of emergencies and disasters of a climatic or hydrometeorological nature. Argentina feels that this implies a very relevant institutional progress. Finally, with the objective of seeking common positions on the part of the region, we have included the dialogue EU-CELAC faced with the next summit. And here we have found coincidences and a shared position in around those issues that we feel are fundamental to transmit to the EU and its member states. We have talked about the importance of the EU and Spain adopting the notion of development in transition and a multidimensional perspective of development. And likewise, what was highlighted is that all other countries in the EU also adopt this conceptual framework, and cooperation must be conducted following this concept, granting greater financing for cooperation. On the other hand, initiatives such as the Global Gateway are welcomed. However, they are not mechanisms that replace cooperation for development. They can also be understood as supplementary mechanisms. And to conclude, I would also like to highlight the need for the design of cooperation actions to be based on dialogue with beneficiary countries and their cooperation agencies, who can determine development gaps and vulnerabilities that define the requirements and sovereign interests in order to promote development via cooperation. Thus, we believe that the first cooperation, South-South Cooperation Conference by ECLAC has met the goals that we set forth to make headway in common standards and common positions around all these aspects. And as next steps, we feel that we should hold a virtual meeting in the next few months of the presiding officers so that we can make headway in terms of the conclusions of the draft resolutions that have emerged as a result of the work of this conference. Argentina wishes to thank all member countries, international entities that are present, development banks, stakeholders from civil society, and especially ECLAC for their active participation and commitment that has been evidenced during these past 2 days. And we thank the trust that you placed on Argentina to chair this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Now we offer the floor to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, to the Deputy Executive Secretary. Dear Sabina Frederick, President of the Argentinian Agency for International Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid, Cascos Blancos, of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade of Argentina, who is the chair of this conference, dear representatives of ECLAC and member states, of cooperation agencies, of agencies, funds and programs of the United Nations, and of the entities that accompany us from outside the UN system, dear colleagues of ECLAC, dear friends all. It truly makes me very happy to have the honor to bring to an end this first meeting of the regional conference on South-South cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean, where I can tell you that we had the enormous privilege of welcoming here in ECLAC delegations from 26 countries, involving 300 participants and more than 100 government delegates, 35 representatives of the UN system, and over 60 representations of civil society, the private sector, and academia. We congratulate ourselves for the election of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, Spain, Mexico, and Uruguay in the vice presidencies of the presiding officers of this first conference, accompanying the chair of Argentina, a very high level team that we are sure will be able to perform the task that they have been commissioned with. And I would like to begin by remembering the initial words of the Executive Secretary that he mentioned yesterday, in the sense that we are midway towards meeting the 2030 agenda, but not exactly halfway there, because he remembered that only a fourth part of the goals are being met or can be foreseen to be met by 2030. And therefore, he also spoke of the urgency of reinforcing commitment with sustainable development goals and of increasing the level of ambition with bold, innovating actions, with calibrated policies, and above all, with transformational policies. And it must be said that during these 2 days, we have witnessed that the region has a very clear outlook in this sense, and this very strong commitment. And from here, we leave this conference strengthened. We cannot undermine the fact that all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean face very challenging circumstances. Over the past these 2 days have been truly have given us a lot of hope, and what was reflected in these debates that were held here, deep debates, a very fruitful debate, an exchange that also took place around the 5 working groups, where there was an exchange of experiences. We shared challenges on international cooperation for development within the new world context. The issue of valuation and assessment of South and triangular cooperation, the multi-stakeholder partnerships, international cooperation in the comprehensive management of risks and disasters, and cooperation towards the 3rd summit of heads of states and governments of CELAC and the European Union. We thus coincide in the fact that the region must strengthen its regional economic and political agreements and continue to strengthen North-South cooperation, South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, interregional and intra-regional cooperation, and also to project with greater strength a common voice to the world, so that we can face the challenge of a development that must be sustainable, multidimensional, multi-stakeholder, and intersectional. There was also coincidence on the need to promote alliances in multiple levels, and as has been reiterated on many occasions, on the need to reconsider the measurement and classification criteria for development purposes, and the urgency of mobilizing financial resources in order to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development within a context where financing for development, and specifically in middle-income countries that face increasing difficulties. The SEGIP Secretary for Cooperation mentioned that only 5 countries are meeting or complying with a commitment of devoting 0.7% of their GDP to official assistance for development. We also spoke about the importance of measuring and assessing the impact of cooperation, and why measure, as Sabine said. And we take away a shared view in the sense that evaluation is a collective task where we must all make progress together as a region. We need to establish monitoring platforms in order to identify new opportunities and promote a cooperation model based on mutual learning, on knowledge and on exchange. And this also implies strengthening the institutional framework and governance so that it can be much more strategic and collaborative in order to maintain the highest transparency and accountability standards. We are very pleased to have been able to hear yesterday the progress made by the international work on official support for sustainable development and on the working group on the measurement of support for the development of UNCTAD that shared with us the identification of common criteria to develop a conceptual framework in order to measure South-South cooperation. And this morning we held an exchange about the comprehensive management to reduce the risk of disasters and the role of cooperation, a concrete example of South-South cooperation and of the institutionalization of cooperation in these matters. We also held a very rich exchange between delegations and the representatives of the UN system and of other entities outside the system about the urgency of tackling this issue and the potential of learning and cooperation in prevention, risk management, and disaster management, and also during the reconstruction phase. And we shared the vision that the strengthening of human capabilities is fundamental, is essential for a comprehensive and successful management in this area. We also held an interesting exchange about cooperation, looking at the third summit of heads of states and governments of CELAC and the EU. And I believe that the presence in this room of the Secretary of State for International Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Spain was undoubtedly evidence of that commitment and of the close working relationship of the next European chair with our region. The strengthening of productive links and of investment and collaboration links with EU countries undoubtedly represents a very important opportunity, as many of you have expressed, so that our economies may advance towards the transformation of economic and productive systems in order to create a more and better jobs and move towards economies that are technologically much more sophisticated with low carbon emissions, enabling us to face up to the challenges of climate change. Both regions, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, have very valuable strategic opportunities in order to face the challenges of the present international scenario, in order to overcome challenges, benefit from opportunities, and transform our societies with the instruments provided and offered by cooperation.
The European Union has been and continues to be a key partner of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to strengthen a historical strategic alliance, one of collaboration that is renewed and relaunched based on shared objectives and values. As it was pointed out in this room, there are clear opportunities for growth, generation of employment, and sustainability. And just to mention a few, we have energy transition, urban electromobility, circular economy, bioeconomy, including sustainable agriculture, genetic resources, bioindustrialization, pharmaceutical and life science industry, the industry of medical devices, the export of modern services enabled by ITCs, advanced manufacturing, gender equality, society of care, sustainable management of water, and sustainable tourism, among many others. It's evident that there is potential to expand and deepen investment, but not only investment. The view needs to be expanded to other areas that will be allowed by cooperation, collaboration between Latin America, the Caribbean, and EU to the benefit of both regions. We are certain that the next summit will be an opportunity to relaunch a renewed bi-regional partnership. And to close, I would like to reiterate the commitment of ECLAC to make available all our technical capacities, our subsidiary bodies, our intergovernmental meetings, our alliances and associations with all the entities of the UN system as a space for dialogue, multilateral dialogue, and share learning and disseminate the collective voice of Latin America and the Caribbean in the international arena. So sincerely, I thank you for having honored us with your attendance, your presence, your valuable contributions, and have made possible the fact that these 2 days have been the first session of, hopefully of many more, of a renewed regional space of encounter dedicated to South-South cooperation. I wish you a happy landing back home, and thank you very much, everyone. Well, I have the enormous pleasure of inviting you to a cocktail party with the Argentinian wine. I mean, it doesn't mean competition with the Chilean wine. It's merely a cooperation from Argentina. We are not in an area of competition, but rather one of collaboration. You're all invited to the cocktail party. We adjourn this first meeting of South-South cooperation, thanking each and every one of you.